All the mature democracies and industrialized countries you've seen, they have always found time to pay people to think and not just to talk. Because every day you get up on your airwaves, what do you hear? Let me tell you, go to Burkina. We are importing vegetables from Burkina. Burkina is getting greener and greener than Ghana is. How many times do you hear people in Burkina knocking their chests and shouting about their achievements and what they are doing? The achievements are being felt because people are thinking about the future of Burkina. People are thinking and interpreting their environment and finding answers to the challenges of their environment. Here, and I keep saying it, in this country, I analyze the politics and make projections 10 years back, 10 years forward to see where Ghana is going to get to. If we do not change and look for think tanks that can sit down to think through our problems as early warning systems, every problem that is known and has been solved in some country will always come to us as a new problem. That's what I mean by paying people to think. All the researchers, go and see Ghanaians outside this country I have met. Go and see what they have been able to do for other countries because those countries are paying them to think. Some of them are not even interested in coming back to Ghana because nobody wants to become part of a talking society.
Asempa
They
FM.
want a society that acts and achieves results. But who do we glorify? Those who can insult each other on the radio in the morning.
Who should take the blame?
All of us. Because I keep saying when people say the media goes to do it is not the media. Does the media sleep and just conjure stories? We send the stories to them. Because all this social security, corruption, whatever you are looking at, people are looking for these security outlets because the future is unknown. Who can climb the ropes in Ghana today fairly? Even university admission. People come to their MPs to go and assist them get admission. And when a country degenerates to this level, that politicians are now involved in academic decisions as to who gets admitted, we have a problem. I was in health. I went to interior. I got all the bad press in relation to not allowing these protocol things. People didn't listen. I said, don't worry. One day when you are traveling, you get an accident, and you are sent to the nearest health center, and the only person to decide whether you die or not is a protocol list who went to nations training with FFF. That is when you get to know why protocol doesn't work anywhere and why the politician should not be taking decisions on matter. Those are unpopular. It made me very unpopular.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMT Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
The winner, radio program of the year,
Asempa FM
2018, I beg your pardon. Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Let me come, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's now do the 27th award for the night's radio program of the year 2020. The sponsor is the Ghana Journalists Association. Let's welcome the presenter of the award, none other, yours and mine, Mr. Athol Morning, the national president of the GJA. Please, a round of applause. The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020.
The award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen
of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year, radio. Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling for you to them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
I have to say something about Asempa and Ekosiisen. So we're all worried about what's going to happen to Ekosiisen. Look at what Obi has done with it. I listen to Ekosiisen all the time. I mean, I have to admit, sometimes I listen and I get some ideas for the program because they come before us. So, yeah. So like tonight, we're going to use some of their content. So I have to have that. Obi, I've never told you this before, but I think you've done a fantastic job.
Hey, they say your price cost through. Ghana Ronaldo, the most authoritative afternoon show host. And did you massa? He said, "Do we are not Bobby Dimpa?" Hey, Nana Bonsu PC. A former year, and now did you massa? A former year, Yamidia say, no, you have 2 years, I made banner, Mrs. Age job when I say we be this inspirational in the camp. Oba after the first 5 minutes more for man. O papa come beto ha. Ko you do as I do have we say soon be tifia. Soon be wow. So no but you my emre. Me da say. Na Ghana for so tie. Na ya sorry ko. Ehia pa.
Chief Bine akwa ba na apom to den.
Osei Bonsu.
Fantastic. Na mete fote won catcher. Bibia boko.
Oh Nyankopon adum bibia dadi. Na wazo apom. Nyame nadum kakra.
Ye pem so kakra.
Asempa awuna uti nyina wa kire dey so apara. Ghana ha ye bi enyo to 100 abira. Won dunya rambo moroko du bia
Asempa FM.
Fantastic.
Ghana manda wona.
Ernest Yaokomi takwa ba ne sen
ya me de obi
bibi ekoyi
nyame adom de nyame ahwe yeso ama afia ko asan ba betu yen de na nyame na wose ye danase na ye daga na fo nyina ase na adofo nso a omonso akosu taye chi ni ade abreni omo hye ye nkran ma ye nso no ya bebumbu e gusu timi ye adwuma ne sane esiti no nkenka ne ye party for ne ye party penny for ne so no ye nda omo nyina ase nti mefa akonyi so achia menua no etia ifi akwetia ne mpate omo nyina akwetia constituency ye chia omo nkenka ne me chairman wa friend Alhaji Baba Yakubu
constituency chairman
okay but no friend Baba Yenku obi yenda mo so mo ase esan say whether we come on the show or not it is show no now is one of the impressive shows e wo kroma utia won say you are either being educated or informed now I am share some of us now you know more personal relationship no me share the team spirit aya modi ye juma na it is very very interesting.
Openness, I think that this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Mida itself should come out, yes.
Yeah, Mida should tell us, this is a shareholding structure. Indigenous Ghanaians only maybe X percentage, and the Philippines they only Y percentage. And I think that should settle this matter.
Honorable, it's always a pleasure talking to you. May that's a powerful for your time.
What be,
and the Honorable John upon the attending cano. Lawyer John, lawyer Kwababi.
Obi, me just so Yadawa Sinsuni Jumapa, Ghana de Eba Manu Sema, ne and Koma ye differ my Obi enim say Obi ni Asempa Ekosiisen any number 1 entimoni adwuma
that's ya shall
Bamendas na memfa konya oso enchia etifo nyina omuti Ekosiisen adwumadi no na
Asempa FM
because Asempa ya Asempa nyina so efi etifo and me gigi self Ghana fa na nyina obi a radio eda a wuti na adwuma pa maye but I premise I'm renting. Remember, some money, money, you my phone penny phone.
With a great respect, Obi, Asempa Moyebi. And you continue to do better. Especially by questions I would tell beside you. Hey, I think I'm yet to see Obi our contest too. You know, so the media, yes, you've played your part and you are still playing. But I say, no man so I better hanum no. More better research, better references. I will make it. I'll be so what if you are with my fat ababi free mo. Say be a free hakwane kwabonte or shower or say a kamalo can say and ka the way crack and one kebebwa because wisdom is not in a single man's head. Yeah. I believe those also listening have a lot to contribute for us to move. So we need to build a nation, we need to fix our country, but indeed by so doing we must fix our mindset and attitudes.
Kofi they will turn against them. Boem constituency for you now.
Boem for you because we program Omumfa in the agro and they listen to it a lot and also you are doing very well. And let me use this opportunity to congratulate you. More platform program award. It's a great award. More you are there and you are doing so well. People will criticize you, but that is the only that is the success some of them. Yeah, it helps you to listen and then do more. That's why you are winning the honors. And that's why you are winning the honors. And to keep it up.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Obi.
Bibi Aboko.
Yaboko. I was there. Good. Official part.
I've been coming me who na che.
You know,
yes.
Sometimes it's not easy to find me.
Yeah,
it's good to be here. We started here.
Asempa FM.
So I think that you two have come now. You are doing a great job. I will continue to support for as long as it's possible. Obi, now my person will call upon you. Once I will know, Obahumo pa na sisan and pempen so you do no. Why so kukumutia yensan honya den emopo. Edwani me say ya Ghana baby obi Ekosiisen and he will be so atiase.
Chairman, my master, you better to suffer.
This Papa, this is the first time I'm back. Now, me sure say ya who conduct you.
Ekosiisen on Asempa
FM. Meniaji, I admire you.
Dr. Koboy, Akwaba na pom to saying. Obi. In fact, we are too much. We are too much. First of all, Obi are too much.
Me too much.
Secondly, no. Obi intimanya time for me. Thirdly, no. You go back and report to me say, Metna seven no move from him back. Oh, in fact, Obi. We are too much. Nah, and yeah, look when we want come. You never be welcome. Some of your mom say about so far no now the first class. Nah, dear AC Nature say, Lord Rancher Obi. Now you say anyone say Obi judge. Nah, that's my dusro, my boy, I'm a wife spring.
Oh, fantastic.
Obi.
Yes.
Mechia na machia wetifo na makase u program with ye akoye se prekese jamadu. Kukumutia insan hompo ha na mafoti u kai e boy yinate prenda de Ekosiisen na uze bibia wa magana Ekosiisen on na hana Ghana tie ntino Asempa FM. Asempa FM.
Your Excellency, Akwaba na Otden.
Hey, Obi, nyamena domi ehuye. Bibia aboko me chete fupa na mabahan me hu de nzama sasa wa brabo. Osande Obi na minyim no sekedi takra de sisia oye nationally the level baby we royal so wow that's great it's great it's good to see you Abrabanda man not see you see that has always been my philosophy we hasn't there happen you know as the trees grow others come up it's painful work I also say chirosu that's it on normal Abraboy then on my man so it's really a pleasure to be before you at Asempa. And this is the first time Samara me pre Asempa FM.
Okay.
Oh yes.
Okay. Yo, Prof, where the me that say?
Yo, me wa do do wa kwa mu kwa postpone no na enche ho do magina baby a bi men some kakra no se sia ma kofi.
Mate. Me that say pa. Asempa FM, yes.
Na ma Asempa for na mu kanya me some kase. Asempa de gospel dia mu kan Yesu Kristo ho asem.
Yeah, papa. Okay, I know what you papa. Nyamisha Oh, nice. Me that say. Professor Stephen Ade and Yatene Kano. Professor Stephen Kweku Asare. Yeah, that's a pa. Nyamisha.
Obi me da se pa also nyame nhia na twaso na ekosisen no mane nye kese na esie beba no na office no aye kese pa.
Amen.
Okay. All right.
And Professor Stephen Kweku Asare, legal practitioner, KPMG, Professor of Accounting, University of Florida, and Motene in Kano.
Medase nedi kan no mame enchia wetiefo bi na obi mezozo memo mabaso se ono production team se brano Ghana for betting aye koso e wo wiase ne oman mu a egise Ekosiisen.
Yes.
Na akoye Ekosiisen susu yidie na asi ebusa se ehin na ne mana kosi
Asempa FM
medase
Oni mi share mom na me wo fie nyina na mitie ujumedi a wodi na mitie nti my used to yeah your line of questioning send I was a 100 program and I think say a bit me flow together
medase honorable
ye
akwa bet saying
me ho ye pa mame chiatifo na me fa chopo kakramfa the biggest political talk show ewia Ghana kuma nyina ehane da baby biara obefa offices so lori no baby biara the only talk show yetie me no kase
Asempa FM
94.7 share from Pyramid House and ne yedidi mu obeto aso
network mu ya Santoa ya Asempa FM network mu Asante ne Ekosiisen network mu ya Bonra Ekosiisen ena network ya ye kan wasem emu na yiri Ekosiisen ena network mu ochenyene Ekosiisen ena network mu gamanche Ekosiisen ena network mu awula efi ho Ekosiisen na network mu tobi Ekosiisen
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7 Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7 Asempa FM
It's bisa say you jai elections
no
e mangrofo na bubo mu na mutuo no and na no san be treat asubio mu ana you know, and these are questions that we want our delegates to interrogate, you know. But me so me kayo I'm for kind boldness and me bold and me
courageous, fearless.
It to you be on board Ashanti Regional Head Office.
Sure. One meeting or regional office.
Exactly. You cool boy back.
Sure.
And yeah, no because say o share table as you.
Alaji Sani say omu green for
No, when candidate Nankasa Nebeka say he ended up under the team.
I remember.
So where did all the courage go? Where did the boldness go? Then all of a sudden, if what piece of pow to your bro friend kitty crat mima I want for share table as here. Then the next moment, the same person says that I am bold enough to stand AK-47. 8 people died during the last election. 8. And I had a friend say 2 calm. It 2 I can so and yet tia brofrio. Yeah, papa. So you know, we are not looking for courageous people. They are no kasa. Looking for people who can strategize for the party. And you see, that's why I said many honorable Juma in the last election. I'm not even sure because that time, now you're general secretary, for almost 2 months. Now I'm back party office. Also, your campaign.
No, so your campaign.
That's what I'm saying. But there was strategy was needed to run
Asempa FM.
What you say? Any campaign, keke. You don't just wake up and go and campaign.
But wasn't it part of the strategy
on Asempa FM 94.7? Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
The CIMT Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen. Are you ready? You are listening to the CIMT Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Emfa akroye biakuye bredu tikrom kwejino mumaye ninamo emfa akroye biakuye bredu tikrom kwejino enyano mumaye ninaso sobia yesamyo kana benankoso kana betumpon enti mumayeni naso sobia yesamyo kana benankoso kana betumpono.
Asempa FM.
.7 Asempa FM Sony 20 minutes after 2. The Ekosiisen Jumedieno Bremo on a Thursday afternoon, the 8th day of December 2022. Live from our national studios 355 Fanofa Street in Kokomlemle, Accra. The show is live on over a dozen affiliate radio stations here in Ghana and over 123 radio stations abroad. And if I could see saying live, Enra Erejumedieno Ebremo after a very, very, very long time. And yes, I was saying, and then so Yamea Domoa, Yebesan Eddie Ekosiisen Abremo. Yamea Dom, Adoma Domian, or the young Kwa Achayen, they assigned the Jumedieno Ebremo from now till 6:30 p.m. And Munshan so am I. But the action is in Parliament. Unim say the motion for a vote of censure was filed by the minority. Speaker Admete or set up a special committee. Say omunkonko shishim na omunfa one report. Emra. The report has been submitted to the speaker. And a speaker put a report no before the plenary debate koso in Parliament. We think say it's a very exciting debate. I was a one so utimi etiebi na who said the nyoma esi eko enti yede community concern segment ebe bremo. But before that mamin famonko Parliament na yenkonko tie debate no ebi. In fact, as we speak, the deputy majority leader Alexander Afenyomaken as part of the debate on her first contribution and Honorable Adongo from the minority so at the side of the debate atuja ye ka say the Land and Natural Resources Minister, MP for Damongo, Samuel Jenapo, Kasa, in the Yenko Parliament, na Yenkonko tie said the debate no is he koyeba yebeto adwumadi so.
Suggest that a minister who has been nominated by the president, who's received the prior approval of Parliament, or who's been appointed by the president, the Parliament itself is now sending a message to the president that the president should remove such a minister from office. The Speaker, if you indulge me, in the American Constitution of 1789, Mr. Speaker, the motions of censure against their own members of Senate, Mr. Speaker, have only been invoked since 1789 9 times. Mr. Speaker, it tells you the gravity of motions of censure. Mr. Speaker, in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, in the House of Commons in the United Kingdom, ministers of state were hitherto impeached. The process was found to be cumbersome, and subsequently, the impeachment procedure was replaced with motions of censure. But, Mr. Speaker, even in the House of Commons, it is invoked to reprimand the minister. And even when it is invoked to reprimand the minister, Mr. Speaker, it is rarely invoked. Mr. Speaker, I make these points just to establish the point that the exercise we are engaged in here today is a very important exercise. Mr. Speaker, the precedent we set today will guide this House, will guide subsequent government, will guide our country and its democracy. It may be somebody else from the other side, it may be somebody from our side. And so, Mr. Speaker, the grounders must be well grounded. Mr. Speaker, that is why I want to respectfully refer the House part of your ad hoc committee, which has been laid before this House and which should guide all of us. Mr. Speaker, the first ground on which the proponents of this motion is calling on this House to censure the finance minister. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I'll read it. Ground 1 says, despicable conflict of interest, ensuring that he directly benefits from Ghana's economic woes as his companies receive commissions and other unethical contractual advantage, particularly from Ghana's debt overhang. Mr. Speaker, the ground is on conflict of interest. And Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I will refer the House to the case, the celebrated case, and the locus classicus of Okudioto Ablako and another, number 2 versus the Attorney General and another, number 2, 2012, 2 Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report at page 845, where Brobe JSC, in commenting on conflict of interest, had this to say, Mr. Speaker, and I quote him, and it's in the report. The complaint of conflict of interest made by the plaintiff against public officers, all the officials of the Lands Commission, and those of the Ministry of Water Resources, Works and Housing will be dismissed because specific remedy has been provided under Article 287 of the 1992 Constitution, which requires complaints of conflict of interest against public officers. It goes on and on. Mr. Speaker, the point I seek to make, this is the ground on which our friends, our honorable friends from the other side, are inviting to set a precedent for the censure of the finance minister. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I will submit that this ground is weak, and I think that the committee itself recognizes that, and that this cannot be a ground on which a serious motion such as a motion of censure will be led to remove a finance minister. Mr. Speaker, I take you to the report again, and I take you to ground 3, the third ground on which the motion of censure is hinged. And Mr. Speaker, that ground indicates illegal payment of oil revenues into offshore accounts in flagrant violation of Article 176 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the committee itself, in commenting on this ground, ground 3, and the ground on which they are calling on this august House of Parliament to censure the finance minister, the committee itself had this to say, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, it's found at page 22 of the report. The committee, having regard to the above evidence by PIAC, that they could not confirm that the Minister for Finance was responsible for the non-payment of the oil liftings by John into the PFH, and the evidence of GMPC that the payments were made into JOHL's offshore account by the buyer of the crude under the instructions of JOHL, and that the Minister for Finance played no role, decided that the Honorable Minister was not enjoined to leave evidence in defense of the said ground 3. Mr. Speaker, this is what we have been invited to participate in. This is what the committee itself, the committee is your own committee, your own ad hoc committee, made the finding on ground 3 that the finance minister played no role. Mr. Speaker, and I can go on and on and on. If you want, I'll take you to ground 5, where they talk about fiscal recklessness leading to the crash of the Ghana cedi, and it goes on, and the finance minister responds very copiously, comprehensively, and the response is captured in the report. Mr. Speaker, so all the grounds, beginning from ground 1 to ground 6, as captured in this report. First of all, ground 1 itself was legally untenable, was unconstitutional, could not be entertained by the committee. The committee itself jettisoned ground 1. The Speaker, ground 3 itself, the committee actually asked the Minister for Finance not to lead evidence on ground 3 because they themselves had found out that the proponents of the motion were erroneous, including ground 3 into the grounds on which the motion was brought. Mr. Speaker, the conclusion of my submission really, Mr. Speaker, and I say this with a lot of passion, that what we seek to do in this House and the decision we take on this motion must be well motivated. Because, Mr. Speaker, today it is Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. Tomorrow it may be Finance Minister Atto-Forsen. Someday, it may be someday. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to contend. Mr. Speaker, I want to contend that today, for political expediency and for political scoring, it may be Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. Mr. Speaker, 20, 30 years from now, it may be the turn of Finance Minister Atto-Forsen. Mr. Speaker, when that day arises, if it ever did, and if I was on the other side of this House, Mr. Speaker, principle will prevail, facts will prevail, evidence will prevail, propriety will prevail, and I will not support a motion of censure on this nature, which seeks to censure a minister when it is not well grounded. Mr. Speaker, the whole country, thankfully and mercifully, the whole country saw the finance minister before the committee. Yeah. And I have a lot of respect for this House.
Asempa FM 94.7.
The committee did a great job, and the committee is a distinguished committee of this House. But clearly, any objective-minded Ghanaian cannot help but come to the conclusion that Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta distinguished himself before the committee, that he acquitted himself, and that he demonstrated beyond doubt that he's in full grace and full command of the Ghanaian economy, and that the measures he's putting in place, Mr. Speaker, just as his party and government did from 2017 to 2020, when we inherited an IMF economy, and when all the macroeconomic indicators and indices were in disarray, but we brought it back on track and took this country on growth and prosperity, that this finance minister and the economic management team of the government and the government of President Akufo-Addo is doing just that. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I urge my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, that we take these matters very seriously. These are grievous, weighty matters before this House. The country is watching us. Africa is watching us. And I should indeed say the world is watching us. Because Ghana is a beacon of democracy. We continue to be pace-setters. A motion is being put in place, but it is clear that this motion is not well grounded. Clear that the pillars on which this motion was moved are weak. Ground 1 is being rejected. Ground 3, the committee itself did not even take evidence on it, and the other grounds are not well motivated. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this motion should fall and fail. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, it's now the turn of Honorable Dr. Atu Forson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's always a first time for something. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed the first time that Ghanaians are being called upon to have a haircut. It is indeed the first time that an African country had to restructure its domestic debt. So, Speaker, since Mansa Musa, this is the first time an African country is being called upon to shave off its interest. So, Speaker, it is in the same vein that this is the first time that there is a censorship motion before us since 1957. So, Speaker, it is for a good reason that we in the minority believes that our Minister of Finance needs to go. So, Speaker, it has nothing to do with his personality, but it has to do with his management style. Speaker, we believe that all what Ghana is going through was avoidable and is still avoidable. Mr. Speaker, first, let me talk about the fact that since 2018, our minister has been consistently misreported to Parliament. So, Speaker, to surprise you to know that our minister had reported to us that in the year 2018, the fiscal deficit was 3.9% of GDP. Simply put, he had to borrow 11.6 billion Ghana cedis to fund an excess expenditure. So, Speaker, again, after informing Parliament, he had gone to inform the IMF that indeed Ghana's fiscal deficit was 7.1% of GDP. Simply put, he borrowed 21.4 billion. So, Speaker, he borrowed in excess of almost 10 billion Ghana cedis without recourse to Parliament. So, Speaker, again, in the year 2019, even though he had informed us, we in Parliament, that the deficit for the period was 4.8% of GDP, the actual fiscal deficit as he presented to the IMF was 7.1% of GDP. Simply put, he borrowed in excess of appropriations by 8.3 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, this practice continued in the year 2020, continued to the year 2021. So, Speaker, in the year 2021, he had informed us that he did fiscal deficit of 11.7% of GDP. So, Speaker, this means that he borrowed 44.9 billion, but actually, he ended up borrowing 67 billion Ghana cedis, almost 20 billion more than what Parliament approved for him. So, Speaker, I believe that Ghana is going through what we are going through largely because of the fiscal recklessness we have seen since 2018. So, Speaker, I still contend that what we are going through was avoidable. But unfortunately, our minister decided to anyone. So, Speaker, what surprises me is that if you are to track the fiscal part among 46 African countries, Ghana has the worst record in terms of fiscal management. 46 African countries. So, Speaker, this is sad. This is shameful and it's not acceptable. So, Speaker, clearly, we are where we are mainly because of the attitude of the fiscal managers. So, Speaker, clearly, this management, the management of our economy, have disappointed the people of Ghana. So, Speaker, let me recap and let the people of Ghana be aware that our minister responsible for finance clearly breached the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2018. The Speaker, the Fiscal Responsibility Act in Section 2 says clearly that despite the fiscal responsibility indicators stated in Section 16 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, the following numerical fiscal responsibility rules shall apply in the management of the public finances. The Speaker, A says that The overall fiscal balance on cash basis for a particular year shall not exceed a deficit of 5% of gross domestic product for the year, and went on to say that an annual positive primary balance shall be maintained. The Speaker, Section 4 says that Parliament may, in accordance with Article 82 of the Constitution, pass a vote of censure on the minister where the minister breaches Section 2 by more than 1 percentage point. The Speaker, clearly, in the year 2018, the minister breached the Fiscal Responsibility Act. In the year 2019, again, he breached the Fiscal Responsibility Act. The Speaker, what surprises me is that at the committee, the minister's answer was, there was a budget before us, and that budget was approved. The Speaker, what I did not hear from members of the committee was for him to ask, what did Parliament approve? The budget that Parliament approved was not for the minister to do a fiscal deficit at 7.1% of GDP. Was for the minister to do a fiscal deficit of 4.8% of GDP. So he spent in excess of appropriation in the year 2018 and 2019. The Speaker, clearly, the train for this censorship motion moved in 2018 and 2019. Our minister responsible for finance should have left the Ministry of Finance 2 years ago and not now. The Speaker, clearly, the time is now for our minister to leave the Ministry of Finance. For a simple reason that he has destroyed our livelihood. The Speaker, this is a minister who inherited debt to GDP of 55.6%. 55.6%. At the time, there were no ESLA bond. At the time, there were no Sino-Hydro loan. So, Speaker, at the time, we were not having, Dachi bond. Mr. Speaker, at the time, clearly, cocoa bills at the cocoa board was less than 1.2 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, when he became the Minister of Finance, arrest owed to contractors was under 2 billion cedis. 2 billion cedis. The story today is far worse. Debt to GDP is in excess of 100%. To be specific, 110% of our GDP. From 55% to 110% of GDP. In 6 years. So, Speaker, today, if you go to Cocoa Board, the 1 billion cocoa bills has all of a sudden become 15 billion Ghana cedis. 15 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, again, he informed us in the budget, Appendix 3B of the 2023 budget, that contractors, you owe contractors 37 billion Ghana cedis. From 2 billion to 37 billion Ghana cedis, all within 6 years. So, Speaker, how? How could you manage an economy like this? So, Speaker, the manner in which our economy has been managed is reckless. So, Speaker, reckless is an understatement. If there's any other word, I will use it. So, Speaker, we are where we are because of the duties that they gave to the minister. He has mismanaged it. Speaker, clearly, the time has come for our minister to leave. So, Speaker, let me say this. I've heard that our colleagues from the other side want to boycott the voting. The Speaker, the people of Ghana are watching you. The people of Ghana are watching you. You cannot do this. The Speaker, one break, when you meet us at the corridor, you tell us to vote for the minister. Vote against the minister. But in another break, you are not bold enough to stand here and vote against him here.
Dr. Atu Forsen. Yes,
Asempa FM 94.7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this is and as we are conducting this exercise, Ghanaians are watching and listening. So our comments should reflect the truth. My colleague, Dr. Atu Forsen, made a statement that this is the budget we have. About 37 countries, 2022 GDP, they are below. 2022, below that of Ghana. So the statement that he made, that about 46 countries in Africa, what we have is misleading, cannot be true.
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
this is not point of order. Please, you are debating. This is not point of order. Please, you may go.
Mr. Speaker, for the records, I was talking of fiscal part. He's talking of GDP growth. And let me assure you that fiscal part is different from GDP growth. For your education, take note that fiscal part is different from GDP growth. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that our economy has been mismanaged. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that if you are to meet an average Ghanaian or ordinary Ghanaian, their wish is to leave the country. Sadly, their wish is to leave the country. So, Speaker, if we do not act now, we will wake up one day and we will not have constituents. So, Speaker, almost everybody will leave our country to Togo and we'll have no country if we fail to act. So, Speaker, people want to leave the country. Simple put, there is a responsibility on our shoulder to save our country. And I call on you, the majority, to join us, the minority, to do what is right. The Speaker, we will go any length to protect the people of Ghana. We believe that the livelihood of the ordinary Ghanaian is at risk. The livelihood of the ordinary Ghanaian is at risk. Inflation has increased from 13% to 40% plus within 10 months. So, Speaker, the city has depreciated by 54% within 10 months. So, Speaker, what is happening here has never happened in the Fourth Republic. Let us take note and let us be aware that one of the ways that we can get back to where we were is to get the minister out. We need a fresh minister who will come with a lot of confidence. The international community has lost faith in the economic management, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, I call on my colleagues to join us. Please join us. Don't run away from your responsibilities. Don't run away from your responsibilities. Vote for Ghana. Don't vote for your party. If you are to leave, you have run out of Ghana. Your constituents, please vote and let's change. The Speaker, to conclude on this one, the Speaker, to conclude, let it be noted that our minister has mortgaged our future. He has mortgaged Energy Sector Levies Act. He has mortgaged cocoa trees. He has mortgaged almost everything. We cannot continue like this. We cannot continue like this, Speaker. Today we are being called upon to have a haircut. They are expropriating our assets, and that is for the reason why we are where we are. Please, Minister, the time has come for you to say bye-bye to the Ministry of Finance. Say bye to us and give someone an opportunity to fix the mess that your administration has created. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm compelled to suspend proceedings for 10 minutes.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM
94.7 Asempa FM so ne Ekosiise Ndwumadi no asoguso a utie ntia de moko parliament ekokotie debate ekoso on the motion for a vote of censure against the finance minister. Make us say a finance minister and kasa ewo chamber hobby attorney general of the republic and minister of justice enso ewo chamber hobby Godfred Yeboah Dame and a host of other colleague ministers and ewo plus members of parliament on both sides into debate now there Dr. Kesel Atoforsen and a Kasa last. Before him, na Honorable Samuel Abujinapo Akasa, Honorable Isaac Adungo Akasa, and Honorable Alexander Kwamena Afenyomaken, and so Akasa. And when now you debate on the committee's report, Omode Ebre, Speaker of Parliament. Inti
interesting development as we speak. Speaker said he is compelled to suspend debate for 10 minutes. In 10 minutes time, we suspected they would come back and then na debate etumi atwa. So for now, while we wait, my yenhwe phone lines na yemfa monsomo community concern. Enti obefrey na ode atuja amaye na yahwe etio minim se the community concern segment bre mo achentene the concerns no endorse would try and make time for all your concerns. Obefrey 0302 216 546 0302 216 546 and ye wo 0302 216 545 and here was 0548 955 947 0548 955 947 Ofra na odeo concern no atuja. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Obi. Nyami asum gen kawaye.
Ebin kawo so me pacho hwan
Obi opare ni all the way from Suhum.
Opare Suhum me pacho me entio.
Yo, Obi, ama me fa akonya so na minchia Madina GPL2 executives na kan me papa ba kwa friend ya any executive kan. Obi, me come asam so Obi hwe unam Suhum Accra highway no so a. Ye frɛ baby se butu. Obi, the way ye kan so mo mutu anoa ama noti ababegu kwan ni mu na e create accident won. In so pete sema Obi na ekwan no esia no so they are the mess bebre and enu etrensa home highway no so we ya pass chikro mo no ma in so pete sema eba bridge no so no na ekwan na si eya system yi kuma se cars ya kan say new type Toyota ya be yi bebre abowa ha za asema mi kan ko new plan na enya atro new plan of na za cars na dey isi omunim at the same time osan eba said ya esi ogudu na accident sia ma teacher man police car e kan obi what they say apart from us out you best room be breze omo you ma said you was highway no so no one share former can say nothing other type point ni one more accident and you it is ma let your harbor no if you on miss lebebe na me most MC about say o twitwa suhuma kwan so no wodi quota egu bi so everyday e ma suhuma
na say ya da se pa ma yemfa ofofro so 0548 955 947 and a 0302 216 546 community concern segment ewo Ekosiisen. So good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Obi.
Me ba cho hwan ni?
In February committee 25 chairman.
Udine the same. James me ntio.
Obi pacho na school bi wo committee 25 30 borders real estate. Almost the school be as government for government school and institute last 2 years. A power roofing sheet no to end any roofing sheet na nkola no ho ahumi because anope bia no almost school township no na unam pon jans pon barrier to nkola no omunam kan na aye very 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 full my first perfect last fair report here but still the entry empty ye call MDM DC no ho and still you who bia as pontino the fair catcher with mam boy was a zero estate.
Now school ne a private school and I say a public school.
A private school omasiama community no absolutely no dem here say 30 brothers no almost see abandonment some road be o minimum. So the build the school community no government school and see school almost school no for but instead to a part roofing sheet no I say you see the brothers almost replace roofing sheet in the gym and almost see because they have a contract with the and I say agree with that by and say they should throughout the gate road almost normal.
Mate, Nase would follow up on that story. Very, very important story. Inti Bomadena also friend into your community concern segment here, Bremono, ewe Ekosiisen so Asempa FM 0548 955 947. Ma menhwese menyo before fra. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Obi.
Me ba cho hwan ni?
Ati friend me Dan.
Dan, okasa no from kakra me hrewa ma no so man why me pacho.
Obi yo.
Yes, okasa friend he Dan.
Kasa fi Madina.
Madina, Dan me enti yo.
Obi na me shira opi.
Amen.
Me say some time ago okasa ni your mind him. Okasa ma some of us our life has changed. Ba obi me me akasa me akira we ne say yem penny for omunhwe na because obi sometimes they say you have to take something from your room and sell before you can eat. Obi, if they continue, and I'm begging, some of us were bad, but sometimes what we do, you be bastard you, no more kasa, because Obi, I also want to be like you. Say, what bravo boy, Miss Me, person is shabby. But I'm down show with you now, show with him. Obi, we are anopa. You'll be dependent on headache. There'll be some more continue. No more saying a future. Yenny Momuma, we know them. You better try more many. Means we are saying Mumadi.
Yeah, but no, I know how you feel, me pacho. Minim said you feel it, but I think Neomani bi we cannot play God. In the Yenya botre, what we have to do now, the point about omoma any days, you better and so say omu future that is you doing unto others what you don't want others to do unto you. There, omodi osisi ana won pen. Why would you want to do to Obi in future?
Yeah.
No problem.
But me person next week Thursday. Remember, abetwen wo jume mu anopa. Person me din me bi chiro. Sometimes I make say this afternoon I have to carry a television and go and sell before I can eat. I'm 35 years. Obi.
35. What worry?
Obi me worry.
And uniba bia
miniba. Obi make me a fraud now boys ni ebi no. But sometimes you sorry every day bia meet you. And now when your mind in here as some ni na fa GP na me say you mama me sorry. Sometimes mu kase bi ma obi tumi kase okoye bibi kwa no okai nyama mu kana no nipa na asu down na yakoye. We look up to some of you.
Now me bato oye Juma.
Me Juma, my friend am start Juma. And
like,
my mother, my concern is my mother is not well. I have nothing to lose. As I'm here, I have nothing to lose. But they have something to lose. But Mr. Thursday, my bedroom, na me wedding come on.
Very well.
It's no money they need from the it's no money we need from them. Because training how to demonstrate say we have a better Ghana, and that's what we want. Obi sure you be a bomb
Meda se nyame shra eda se papa ma yenhwe ne yemfa nipa foforo so wa homa ne so very 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 touching one there 0548955947. Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Obi.
Na apon ye there.
I'm not doing a family called who listen, aka emotional intelligence.
Who kasa free him?
Kasafi
Ashonman. Maybe I told me into you.
Obi, me concern is first Fabu Census no register with you.
Oh, na some me the studio how?
Oh, very nice one, very nice one.
Yeah.
Who said who didn't confirm about studio like the other guy said just now? Building brands. Did you talk about building brands? Building brands.
It will be one of the topics I be here in January as part of the beginning of the year, right?
My problem is about how some of you media people, especially in the sports domain, destroy brands. Not especially when they don't know that they are destroying brands.
Okay.
Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yeah, me too, pa.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you one thing. Your hate for a CEO does not mean you should destroy the brand, especially my Kotoko brand.
Asempa FM.
Yes, because only my baby. Sports in general and government go, government come. The government have tried media people who went to sports, became ministers, and they have done nothing. Do you agree? And I give you before, you know, Tedia and at a most, day in, day out, only says politics, media for no. I'm almost style. When you go to the entertainment industry, almost maybe I'm not so far sports on to area.
I'm not too sure about noise. You might disagree with some argument.
I like the way you subject people to people, but at times also the program is at times because they because let me tell you, the facts of common deal in say obi or kasa against the so no or common because if we were to go by people destroying our country and that we have to destroy their children. Massa, I can't be it. Me, I went to Form 1 in 1986. Yes, the 86 I make up Form 1. Me, who with the 3. It is a condition, who is a me, who be a crowd. Yeah, almost is here. 1983, they are not putting on water. Then you, the corner, you're born fresh, never know with you. We saw it. It's at the end of the day, this time, they won anybody. Maybe who no be away will be catching the best way to solve your problem. Go into farming. What the couple about to be discussing and
sure.
Yes. Man, the youth these days should not be told say until you are giving monthly salary not better than the power. They're going to fish farming, going to snail rearing. You're going to baby all. Apart from 35 for successful in this country, you see the number of folk come you shock about what they do. That's why for the way you crowd too much. When you crowd, oh, there are a lot to do. When you want this salary, you see, you're doing a Ghana bay. You're doing a Ghana. You're not Ghana bay. Please.
Very well.
I'll cut a brand, no. But you can't go for media for no money. Why? Only different way. Because of the 9 points, I'm going to go.
Asempa Ekosiise Nsoni Asempa FM community concern segment and EFA Ewojumedie. So good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Me ba cho hwan na manya no yi.
Clement.
Clement o kasa free hin.
Kasa fanko.
Asempa FM.
Me ba cho yeti o.
Obi yes so. Touch we be. Kete how come see. First from Kanswa to progress on our country. Obi we show kana is too bad.
He fa de no bodwe ase.
Kanswa fanko market.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, it's too bad. I don't find a good news in the way. Treat well the call, OCC do, similar to a techno giant and one on. It's a kind of in super and too bad. And main road, a river road, old barrier.
Yes.
It be in Pinipono, only technical idea what that area. Because it's over to 3-4 hours, 5 hours. In a case, never going to be because you show Abakwanso.
That's immediately after Sato boot, no?
Yeah. If you need to think idea what that even say, the baby see, you can hear my casa for home. Wake up here, you must be container and
yeah.
That didn't feel a kind of the one. You need to be spirit. You need a kind of person in a castle and castle. You should try to come for come.
Mate.
You're not going to man out there. Yes, and it. To be near more. I was so. Never say that I asked you to sleep. Sorry, you man. No, you crash so. Because of just 30 minutes drive, I'm a practice also 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and now 40. No big. Now we could say 8, 9. Okay, I just 30 minutes and not 20 minutes. You can tell me boy and I are born on the boy.
Mate.
Ain't too bad. It's wrong. I'm going to be papa. Don't make me higher. It's wrong.
Very
well. It's so cry. You're fine. It's so very fine. Anyway.
Medase. Great. 0548 955 947 0302 216 546. Those are the numbers to call. Nientio community concern. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mebacho Haini.
Mebacho Adam.
Mebacho say?
Adam Neo.
Oh, Adam, who kasa free?
Kaswa American style lecture here.
Mebacho me into.
Mebacho, yeka kwa we piti kaswa bojati. Boss, when enye contractor no was so ye juma boss, but just a juma no yen. Yes, slow.
Yeah.
Correct. And yen, why we do fast stage on a BPI pass. Ade, omodomo come and water.
You, Mate, no.
Secondly, no.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah, Fred in Parliament House.
Fred, who is free?
Parliament House.
Parliament House. Fred, me and you.
Yeah, I think that the other time I can't show about the various transport unions. One of transport fares were increased.
Yeah.
Yeah, then when the fuel was increased again, Umankasa was the upper two. Now I think the first reduced, I think twice. And I think it's done about the first. And if the government can talk to the very transport offender, unions to reduce the first, I think very, 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 very good. Because people are complaining about transport first. Now why they want to down one day, they are not willing to reduce the first.
I think Eneda, we raised this issue. Now, my colleague Oman Hene Kwabena Sante, he's been following discussions around transport fares in this country. Okay. He made a point there. Even at the last increment, the proposal from the unions was for 40% increment.
Yes, and the government gave them 19. Because what they actually wanted, if you want to call on them to reduce again now, because fuel price reba firmer, I don't know how it would sit, and maybe the ministry can take the initiative and engage them. But for now, they left to them alone. There, I don't think they would want to reduce and
it.
I think that the ministry should do well to engage them. Not least first number from Kakanaya or Manko for Thank you very much.
Me pocho me da se papa Nyamin Shaw Ekosiise Nsuni Asempa FM community concern segment. Any day Bremono. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Obi.
Me pocho wine. Hello? Ewuku.
Yeah.
Me pocho kasa free.
Me free fi ekropon ekriapem.
Oh, ekropon ekriapem.
Yes.
Ewuku me mintio.
For sure, me concern is Mampon to take hospital. Attention for attention na doctor any necessary man cool. Mountain me buy a what they buy na me ko. Ye ko hobe 3 area. A boss 7 na doctor me hwe. Nti adibe how pa na omodin.
No, almost a doctor be any ho.
There be afternoon doctor. Ye for about 4-5 hours for a mother. And I'm a friend call nearby pharmacy compared Ruby Man and some of the family anything. It's hospital one show where you mind.
Kwashe Hospital, right?
Yes, Mampon.
Very well. Very well. Mami Nase. Quickly, I'll take you to Parliament one more time. Now, as part of the debate, the Attorney General said Parliament House and also contributed to the debate in Parliament, where a debate
on the motion for censure against the finance minister. Committee now submitting one report and speaker our opinion to debate on the plenary. Inti Yanko Parliament bill Godfrey Yabo Adame Esquire on the Attorney General of the Republic Kasa Yeba Yebetwa so for Abekansa or non so our community concern Yeba Yebetieno Yankonkotie Godfrey Yabo Adame.
After my submissions, formally present to the House the opinion that I shared with you. The first point I made, and indeed I'm very happy to note, was actually considered by Mr. Speaker, and you agreed with me, is that the proceedings of the ad hoc committee clearly were quasi-judicial. And being a matter of importance, I followed the proceedings of the ad hoc committee, and it was with great alarm and dismay that I heard a co-chair of the ad hoc committee describe the committee's work as a political process or a constitutional political process and not a quasi-judicial process. Indeed, the co-chair, Dr. Dominic Ayine, honorable member for the Bogatanga, indicated, Bogatanga Central, thank you very much, indicated that the exercise undertaken by the committee and approach was not a quasi-judicial process, and that it was engaged in what I describe as an amorphous constitutional political process. Mr. Speaker, the ruling made by you on 10th November was so clear that a committee will be constituted under Standing Order 201 and it will be guided by Standing Order 106. Mr. Speaker, a perusal of Standing Order 106 leaves one in no doubt that all the processes set out under the Standing Order constitute the work of the committee into nothing but quasi-judicial. Mr. Speaker, I am of the view that it is actually in view of the misapprehension by the committee or by the co-chair of the nature of work that the committee was tasked with, that certain fundamental rights of the Honorable Minister for Finance were grossly violated. Mr. Speaker, I refer to the request by the Minister for Finance for a production of documents that he required in order to enable himself, in order to assist the defense of himself. I also refer to the request for full particulars by the Minister in order to assist in an efficient defense of his matter. The Speaker said at page 5 of its report that in a letter dated 15 November 2022, the Honourable Minister requested full particulars of the facts and support of each of the allegations and the relevant documents or evidence in support of the allegations. The respondent made the request in the exercise of his right to a fair hearing guaranteed by the Constitution. The committee considered the request and noted that even though the request was legitimate, it was impracticable in the light of the time granted the committee to report to Parliament. In the circumstances, and in the interest of fair hearing and justice, it was agreed with Counsel for the Minister that the verbatim transcripts relating to the submissions by proponents be made available to the Minister instead of formal particulars for each of the grounds contained in the motion. Mr. Speaker, this is where the committee, with all respect, got it grossly wrong. The committee, in the circumstances, sacrificed justice and due process on the altar of expediency and convenience, and that is unconstitutional and rendered the whole exercise a nullity. The Speaker, indeed, full particulars to enable the Minister to have a proper defense to the action will constitute a setting out of the allegations against him, a setting out of the particulars in support of the allegations, and not what they described as grounds for the allegations. The Speaker, indeed, it's even absurd to describe the allegations as grounds for the allegations. If they are grounds for the allegations, then the question I will ask is what were the allegations themselves? Because there must be allegations and there must be grounds in support of the allegations. So indeed, Mr. Speaker, the House, with all respect, will note that there was right from the inception a violation of due process against the Honourable Minister for Finance. And Mr. Speaker, and The Speaker, the same co-chair, the same co-chair. The Speaker, the same co-chair, the same co-chair.
Are you coming to debate or are you coming
the Speaker, the same co-chair of the ad hoc committee who misled the committee on the trajectory of a violation of due process. My very good friend, Dr. Dominic Aini, again stated very erroneously that the committee was not bound by Article 23 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I consider it as a very serious and grave error because indeed it showed that the committee misapprehended the nature of the work that it was supposed to do. Article 23 of the Constitution is part of the Constitution. It is applied by the courts. It is not a case where it applies only to administrative bodies. And Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court has actually had occasion to pronounce on the applicability of Article 23 to quasi-judicial proceedings. I refer to the case of Awuni versus West African Examinations Council, reported in 2003-2004, Volume 1, Supreme Court Law Report 471, where the Supreme Court stated, and I quote, the scope of Article 23 is that there is no distinction between acts done in exercise of ordinary administrative functions and quasi-judicial functions. The Speaker, the contention by Honorable Dr. Aini clearly was most unfortunate and erroneous.
Honorable,
and I think that misled the committee
Attorney General. Yes, a minute. He is up on his feet, so I have to listen to him. Yes. Honorable Dominic Aini.
Off your mic. Off your mic. Off your microphone.
Honorable Attorney General, please resume your seat. I'll invite you. Yes, Speaker. Honorable Dominic Aini.
Yes, Speaker. The Honorable Attorney General has, on 2 occasions at the Bar of Parliament, mentioned me in relation to the debate that occurred or that is occurring within the chamber. In respect of the issue regarding Article 23, he says that I was in error because Article 23 was interpreted in Awuni and Wyatt to apply to quasi-judicial bodies. Mr. Speaker, Parliament is a prototypical political chamber. Mr. Speaker, this is the people, the chamber of the people's representatives.
Honorable member, as much as you are propounding your side of the law, that is debating. It's not point of order. So you disagree with him. You disagree with him. So allow him to put across the case.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I will state that indeed any contention that Article 23 does not apply to this honorable house because it's a political chamber is the most absurd and dangerous proposition at all. Mr. Speaker, and I say so because, as I indicated, the courts, which are definitely not administrative bodies, even apply Article 23 of the Constitution. Article 23 is the fulcrum for fair hearing by all bodies which are engaged in either judicial or quasi-judicial proceedings. Article 23 is a yardstick for reasonableness, due process, and compliance with all the demands of fair justice. And for that matter, it cannot be right for the former Deputy Attorney General, with all respect, to say that Article 23 does not apply to this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, another observation which I made, in my opinion, is that the committee violated one fundamental principle of natural justice. The principles of natural justice are 2. Apart from that a person must be heard, the auditor, a very important point is nemo juris in casu, that one ought not to be a judge in his or her own cause. Mr. Speaker, we found the committee in this incongruous and absurd situation where a proponent of the motion was a co-chair, and that is again Dr. Dominikaini. And that, for me, with all respect, was wrong and rendered the proceedings of the committee. The Speaker, I respectfully submit that, indeed, if the integrity of the proceedings engaged in by the committee are to be protected and respected, then indeed it ought to have been chaired by persons who are not proponents. Otherwise, it put themselves in that unfortunate situation where they were judges in their own cause, and that is wrong. Speaker, I again want to refer to some of the allegations which have been characterized as grounds by the committee. And I say with all respect,
Honorable Attorney General, I have time for you. Don't worry. But this will be the last point of order. Yes, I am watching my listen very well. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. The issue that the Attorney General and Minister of Justice is urging on this House, the legal trajectory he's going, is very, very dangerous. So, Speaker.
Honorable Member, is that a point of order? Is that a point of order? Please. The Honorable Member can't hear me because you are making noise.
Yes.
Is that a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker. Order 89. Pardon? 89. Sorry.
Honorable members.
91. The Speaker, 91. Mr. Speaker, 91. The
order 91.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, he is saying that we are equal to an administrative body. Yes, we cannot be equal to an administrative body.
The order is saying. Is that what order 91 is saying? Honorable members, because this is novel,
yes.
He was a very good student of mine when he was in the law school. So until he went to Harvard, I want to hear from him, but it should come under a point of order. If it is one that you want to debate, you may pass on to your next colleague. If you want to have, because now you can raise only a point of order. And he was very close to the late Bimpombuta, who was a good friend of mine at the law school. So, but he's very good. He's very good at the law. And you know Bimpombuta very well. So, yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you notice, the whole day I've restrained myself from speaking because you've tried to structure the debate. It is also novel for us to have the Attorney General and the Minister for Justice coming at, the bar to intervene in the middle of a debate to give a legal opinion. It is novel. So it is going to be difficult.
I don't know why you are referring to the dispatch box as a bar. You are just repeating what Honorable Dominic Ayine has said. He is simply speaking at the dispatch box. That must be noted. You may continue.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So it's difficult to really find an appropriate provision of our standing order to intervene unless you grant special leave. Because if I come under order 92B, then you will have to yield to me. And I don't believe you will yield to me, Mr. Speaker. And yet we will lose the opportunity a fine opportunity to discuss the issues that he's presenting to us.
What you are saying is not point of order, but it's important for me to say this. I think that leadership should have passed some of this information to members. This is one of the issues we discussed, and it was agreed that he be granted the opportunity to contribute to the debate. So that I granted the leave for him to do so. This was discussed and agreed upon. Please, Leonard Attorney General may continue.
Mr. Speaker, my leader, I'll pass on the information to my leader, who will take it up in the concluding.
You don't need to disclose that to me.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, I will quickly move on to the grounds that were in support of whether the allegations or a petition or a devotion for the censure. The Speaker, my observation quickly is that the grounds, apart from ground 4, constituted a proper subject matter for the passage of a vote of censure. The Speaker, indeed, if that's the case, then this Honourable House was also not close to jurisdiction at all to consider any of the grounds for or in support of the motion for censure, apart from what I think may pass, which is ground 4. Mr. Speaker, I will illustrate why. Ground 1, which is the conflict of interest, it has already been argued extensively that indeed charge is the authority with sole jurisdiction to probe matters bordering on conflict of interest. I will just quickly refer to the holding of the Supreme Court at page 845 in Okilito Blakwa versus Attorney General, reported in 2012, Volume 2 of the report. Just a very short sentence. It says the issue of conflict of interest raised here can easily be resolved by recourse to Article 287 of the Constitution. Article 287 mandates the complaints against a public officer under Chapter 24 of the Constitution to be investigated exclusively by the Commission for Human Rights and Social Justice. The Speaker, even the court avoid a determination of issues of conflict of interest. How much more Parliament? Even the court will shy away from probing matters related to conflict of interest. And the highest court of the land, the Supreme Court, has stated that these are matters to be investigated exclusively. The Speaker, the second ground also raises a matter for constitutional interpretation. The Speaker, the second ground states unconstitutional withdrawals from the constituted fund in blatant contravention of Article 178 of the 1992 Constitution. Clearly, on the face of this ground, an allegation bordering on an enforcement of the Constitution has been alleged. So ground 2 strikes at an enforcement of the Constitution. It says unconstitutional withdrawals from the constituted fund in blatant contravention of Article 178 of the Constitution. The Speaker, Article 2 of the Constitution is quite clear. And Article 2, Clause 1, if in these terms, it says a person who alleges that an enactment or anything in or done under the authority of that or any other enactment, or an act or omission of a person is inconsistent with or in contravention of the Constitution, may bring an action in the Supreme Court. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, I was not the one who formulated the grounds of the petition, or the complaint, or the motion for censure. It was the proponents themselves. Once they formulated a ground of the motion for censure in the manner which suggests a contravention of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, my submission is that it's the Supreme Court which has the decision to determine it, and not this Honourable Court at all. And not this Honourable House. I'm sorry. The Speaker, ground 3 is in similar terms. It alleges unconstitutionality, and the Supreme Court is the one clothed with the decision to determine such issues. The Speaker, the matters that are raised in grounds 5 to 7, in my respectful view, are political matters. The Speaker, the question one ought to ask, what is the standard for determining whether a minister has acted competently or incompetently? I use myself as an example. I, the Attorney General of the Republic, if I lose 2 cases, is it a basis for a person to say that I've acted incompetently? If I lose, is it a basis for a person to say that I've acted incompetently and I ought to remove from office? In similar way, if a minister for finance manages the economy in a way that you consider to be improper? Is it a basis for the party motion for censure? Mr. Speaker, the conclusion I draw from all of this is that the basis for motion for censure must be an act which strikes as misconduct, illegality, or violation of the oath of office of a minister. To the extent that none of these matters has been established in the proceedings before the Adult Committee, I resolutely submit that the proceedings of the Adult Committee, with all respect, especially on account of the illegalities that I have demonstrated, were forced upon the committee by my good friend Dr. Mekaini, were improper, and therefore the motion ought to be encouraged.
Your time is up.
Let's become very grateful for the opportunity.
Honorable members, Honorable members, I granted leave to the Minister of State and Attorney General to contribute to the debate. First, he is a Minister of State, and by law, Ministers of State are entitled to participate in the debate of the House. Second, having occupied the position of Attorney General for some time, I thought that we would get value in his contribution in taking a decision. He has demonstrated his understanding of the law. As he told you, I had an interaction, to use his word, before. And so there's nothing wrong with what he has done. I gave him some more minutes just to let him conclude on the issues that he has raised, and I think he has done that. So we will now move to the next person, and I will now give the opportunity to the Honorable Samuel Oblakwa Okujetu.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
What is the issue? What is the
Asempa FM 94.7.
I'm sorry, because I indicated earlier on I was going to tender my opinion. And if I may, that's tender. That's fine. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, clearly the decision of the House will be impacted by what you have submitted already. If you lay a document here, nobody is going to read it before taking a decision. So there is no need for that one. It is rather that Honorable Isaac Adongo said he was going to lay, which I'm sure he has laid. That is what is part of the proceedings. But that definitely will not also be read before the decision is taken. Because we are taking the decision today. So, Ablakwa, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Mr. Speaker.
Your majority leader is up on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General made an application to you that he would want to tender the legal arguments unless the Speaker decides that he will not accommodate it. But he made an application to you that because he's not going to be able to speak to every one of them, he would want to lay the documents. He just wanted to do that. That is, if you agree with the application that he made.
Honorable Majority Leader, the law is this. I granted the Attorney General the opportunity to contribute to the debate, which he did, and he was timed out. It was not during that time any application was made to me. So when he came back later, it's now left to me. Please, please. Honorable members, leadership of the House is to guide the Speaker, but it is the Speaker that guides the House. Leadership. And so, what I heard and what I saw happen is after he's resumed his seat, that he came back to try to make an application to lay a statement. I'm sure the statement is what he was referring to, but actually he never read any statement. He was just speaking viva voce. That is why he made his submissions. And I said that is what will be captured by the Hansard. If he had said from the onset that I have this, I will refer to it and I will lay it for the House, or I call upon the reporters, the Hansard office, to capture what I have in its entirety. Entitled, completely entitled to lay it. But that one is for me to grant him leave or not after he has resumed his seat. And that is why I said that was not necessary. And I gave my ruling. If you want to contest it, substantive motion. Let's move on. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, that's why I said the application was made. Maybe you didn't hear. But as part of he making his own submission, he said so. At the beginning. Mr. Speaker, if the table is, the chair is indicating to us that he did not hear that, that's a different matter. But he made that application at the very outset. So when he finished and sat down, the deputy leader was urging him, following after that, to then come and lay the document. And that's what I'm saying, that if you didn't hear, he really made that application at the very outset. But it's still for you to admit it or not to admit it. That's the point I'm making. But he made the application.
Honorable Majority Leader, if he had earlier on made the application, at the very beginning, there was no need for him to repeat the application again after submission. Please, he would have just passed on the document to the table office without making the application again to me. That is exactly what Honorable Isaac Adongo did. He didn't make the application to me again. Once you make the application and having objected to it and you proceeded, at the end of the day, you lay the document. You don't make the application again after resuming your seat. You don't repeat it. If really, because the official records will show that he had made that, so he can present it. But if you are to make it now, it's my considered opinion that it's not allowed. And so, please, can we proceed? Are we clear that if you have made the application earlier on, it's a matter of just laying it? Yes, minority. Let me listen to minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General, as recognized by Article 88 of the Constitution, is one of recognized portfolios that the 1992 Constitution itself recognizes. Therefore, we place premium on any person who occupies the coveted office of Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, before he proceeds to lay it, I won't go into the merits of whether it should be laid or not. Let him read what he's laying for the record. What is he laying? No, if it is his contribution to the Hansard verbatim has his contribution. If he is laying any other material, you have repeatedly, Majority Leader, even closing remarks, reminded me, Haruna, that since you don't know what is in my closing remark, I should not lay it. You have repeatedly reminded me, not once, not twice, that since you do not know the content of my closing remarks, I should not just say that I'm laying it. Let the Majority Leader know, let the Attorney General read what he's laying, Mr. Speaker. What is he laying? We need to know. He must read it. It has a title. So read it before it is late, Mr. Speaker. I make that clear to you. Thank you.
Honorable Minority Leader, the position taken by the Speaker is this. We have the official report. The official report is capturing verbatim what happens on the floor. If it is true that in the course of his submission, he did state that he was going to lay the document, then he is entitled to do so. The official report will capture that. If that is not the case, he is not entitled to lay the report. That is my ruling.
Mr. Speaker, I respect your ruling. The Honorable Adongo, before he laid his paper, made everybody and the public that he is laying Bank of Ghana response to his press statement. So we all know what he's laying. He has made a contribution to a debate. He is laying. We just want the title of what he's laying. Because we can let him speak to it. Let him tell us the title. We don't just want to go and read it. We want him to tell us what the title of it, what he's laying is.
Honorable Minority Leader, that is where I took issue. He said he stated it when he was making his submissions. I said the same, that I didn't hear him. But they are insisting, and so I gave the ruling that if he really did, it will be captured by the official report. And so he's entitled to lay it. If he didn't do that, he is not entitled. That is it. Please, can we now listen to my son? Oh,
thank you.
Honorable Suhini, your name is not here. Yes.
Well, thank you very much, my dear daddy. Right Honorable Speaker, the enormity...
Honorable Samuel Okujatu Ablakwa, you can't address me that way. I can address you as my son. But if you are to address me, you have to say, Mr. Speaker.
Well noted and well right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the enormity of the assignment before us today is one that we must not take lightly. Since this whole Article 82 vote of censure exercise commenced, we have been bombarded by lawyers who have been marshaled by the Honorable Finance Minister, right from committee all the way to today. We just listened to the Honorable Attorney General. The question that I want to pose, right Honorable Speaker, is that who speaks for the victims of the Honorable Finance Minister? As we speak, there is so much pain, there is so much anguish People have been impoverished. There is excruciating hardship. Who are the lawyers for those people? As we speak, people's life savings, people's investments are at risk. We have heard the TUC. We have heard the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association. We have heard NAGRAT. We have heard TEU. We have heard the Ghana Medical Association. Who speaks for them? We are public servants. They give us a mandate. They gave the finance minister a mandate to manage this economy well, to put this economy in a good place, so that their life savings, their investments, the work of struggling Ghanaians, of organized labor, business owners who are closing their businesses, some of whom are relocating to Ivory Coast, Togo, and elsewhere. Who speaks for them? Who are their lawyers? This vote of censure issue, Mr. Speaker, must not be narrowed to mere legal technicalities. Human lives are at stake. Livelihoods are at stake. Businesses are at stake. Millions of Ghanaians, households, are living under excruciating pain because of the bad policies, the mismanagement, the incompetence of this honorable finance minister, who should have left office more than 2 years ago, who actually has no business remaining in office after all the harm, all the havoc, all the pain, all the destruction that he has caused. Mr. Speaker, I make two preliminary observations before I speak to the grounds upon which I shall focus. The first preliminary observation is that the Honourable Minister appeared before us at the ad hoc committee and offered a very convoluted apology. He said he was truly sorry, and yet he proceeds to blame everybody else apart from himself. So I ask, what was he sorry about? Is that really an apology? Because if you've done nothing wrong, if we are where we are, not because of your policies, but because of so-called exogenous factors, why are you then apologizing? He blames Russia, he blames COVID, he blames everybody, apart from he himself, who told the Ghanaian people that they were better managers of the economy. I'm surprised that today the respected Attorney General doesn't want to hear the use of the word incompetence. Who are those who made the word incompetence so famous and popular in this country? Today they don't want to hear that word. Today they don't want to hear incompetence. Mr. Speaker, the second preliminary observation I make before I speak to the grounds upon which I intend to proceed relates to a significant
Asempa
development
FM
at the
94.7.
I believe that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has something very vital to learn from his cousin, the finance minister. The finance minister appeared before us on day one of our hearing with his lawyer, Gabi Ochredaku. When he came the second day, the third day when he appeared before us, he had quickly changed him. He saw that the way things were, how turbulent it was, how bumpy it was. That was not the kind of counsel he needs. So he quickly changed him and brought lawyer Ado Etia and lawyer Jacob Akwa Samson. President Akufo-Addo should learn from his cousin, the finance minister, and change the finance minister. Just as he changed his lawyers when he saw that the legal team led by Gabi Ochidaku on day one was a disaster. He quickly changed it because he knows his position is at stake. Now we are talking about lives. We are talking about livelihoods. We are talking about businesses. We are talking about people's pensions, people's life savings. And you don't want to learn from your cousin, the finance minister, who has showed you the way how to change people who are not performing. Mr. Speaker, I now want to proceed cathedral. The claim by the Honorable Minister for Finance that he used the contingency vote. Mr. Speaker, it will go down in our annals, in the records of this House, as the most ridiculous defense ever mounted. Contingency vote. Mr. Speaker, if you read our report, it is clear at page 11 of our report, paragraph 44, that the Finance Minister said that he relied on the contingency vote this House approved in the 2019 budget. Mr. Speaker, when you check the 2019 budget, page 210, what was approved by this House is 204,770,630. 204 million. The minister's own submission to us, when we asked for details, initially he was evasive. We wrote to him that he must let us know the total amount released on the National Cathedral so far. Mr. Speaker, when you put it together, it's 339 million Ghana cedis. So even if this finance minister decides to hide under the ridiculous explanation of contingency, we all know what contingency means. Contingency is something unforeseen, something that you didn't plan for.
Not a cathedral you have planned for with
a cathedral who you cut short. The president cut short March 7, 2017. You wrote letters to property owners. I have a copy here, May 30th, 2018, asking them to prepare to vacate and that their buildings were going to be demolished since May 2018. Then suddenly you didn't know that this was a project you were going to implement. It became an unforeseen commitment, and you are using contingency. We insist, Mr. Speaker, that even if you want to hide under the ridiculous afterthought of it cannot hold, and this House will not buy it. This side of the House will not be swayed and deceived by this grand deception. Mr. Speaker, what is also worrying is that these 339 million Ghana cedis, all of these withdrawals, Mr. Speaker, you will be shocked when you go to the site, Mr. Speaker. We are also raising issues of accountability, issues of transparency. 339 million, Mr. Speaker. This is the latest drone footage from the site. 339 million. This is what. This is what. 339 million. I asked the Honorable Kenneth Rieta if Data Bank has 339 million. Is this what we'll get for it? Is this what he will use it for? Some pits that look like a Galamsey site, Mr. Speaker. I also have here, Mr. Speaker, a letter from the contractors who have asked their workers to leave site since March 14, 2022, that they are not receiving funds for lack of funds. I'll tender it, Mr. Speaker. March 14. So work has actually been abandoned for lack of payment. So where did the money go? The 339 million, where did it go? Mr. Speaker, let the finance minister be reminded that in the Bible, in 1 Chronicles 28 verse 3, David was stopped by the Lord for building a temple for him. David was stopped. This is the kind of conduct that the Lord eschews. He abhors. He will not, such conduct doesn't glorify him. And we say we are building a temple where we will go to confess our sins for blessings to come upon the Lord on the basis of deception. Mr. Speaker, in any case, if the Honorable Finance Minister believes in his own contingency argument, why is it that in the current budget, the latest budget, the 2023 budget, he has, when we caught him, he has hurriedly run away from contingency. At page 197, he has now done the right thing. Allocated National Cathedral under item 19, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, 80 million Ghana cedis. Page 197. Why didn't you hide it under contingency for 2023 after you have been caught? When you have been exposed. So, Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that our colleagues will say that our grounds don't have basis. Ghanaians have followed, they have observed. We have a finance minister who breaches the Constitution, Article 252. District Assembly fund allocations. He violates it. There's a Supreme Court decision. He violates it with impunity. PIAC has reported that instead of complying with the 5% rule, he is doing only 1.74%. The Auditor General is also saying that our oil receipt, 1.3 billion cedis, cannot be found. The Controller and Accountant General disagrees with the Finance Minister on his accounting. 1.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I contend that we are where we are because of the bad leadership, the incompetence, the ineptitude, the cluelessness of this Finance Minister, and he must leave now. And I call on our colleagues to join us to kick him out. And President Akufo-Addo, learn from your cousin on how he quickly changed his legal team. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we now give opportunity to the Minister responsible for finance to be heard in defense.
Asempa FM 94.7.
Right, Honorable Speaker, let me first thank you and members of this Honorable House for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. The grounds and allegations that have been brought against me in this historic censure. Mr. Speaker, these allegations by the minority side, excluding a few of them, I humbly say that I have done nothing amiss with them. Mr. Speaker, this censure has done some good in advancing our democracy, as we would hope that in future such censures will have more thoroughness, will be less politically motivated. Mr. Speaker, the allegations are what they say. And I have really very little more to answer after all the answers that I gave at the committee meeting. For I tell you, Mr. Speaker, that even if I said I am innocent, they will not believe me. And if I ask for truth and proof, they will not be able to answer that. I have committed no crime. Mr. Speaker, let me just remind us, as we talk about the issue of recklessness, of mismanagement, of conflict of interest, and also remind ourselves of our COVID experience, of our Ukraine war, and Mr. Speaker, ask ourselves the lack of recklessness, the mismanagement, and the lack of these events. I'll ask my colleague who used to be at the ministry, what happened
in 2015 for them to run to the IMF. No business, no mismanagement, no COVID, no Ukraine war. And Mr. Speaker, President Akufo-Addo's government had to then come and bail them out. And we did so successfully. Mr. Speaker, for the loud and urgent voices seem to have prevailed, but the shouts of censor and censor, I believe, Mr. Speaker, shall forever ring in the ears of those who signed the censure, and their conscience and their souls. Censure will ring as crucify, crucify in their minds. And they, Mr. Speaker, I believe, have been sifted. This then is not a very good hour, and it's truly an hour of darkness. Mr. Speaker, in this very country, we have voted for PDAs.
Honorable Minister.
And we saw where it took us.
Honorable Minister, just a minute. Resume your seat. Yes, Honorable Edward Bauer. Please, Minister, you may sit. You may sit. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The essence of the minister talking to us is for us to hear. We can hardly hear what he's saying. And we want to believe that he wants to make a case for us to know that we don't have to vote him out of office. He's reading from a script and we cannot even hear what he's saying.
Honorable Edward Bauer, you have made a good point, but if you can't hear, how do you know he's reading?
His face is buried in the paper. Mr. Speaker,
yes.
He was fully buried in the paper. You could see it. His face. He was not even getting up to have eye contact with us because he was not too sure if he raises his head, he would know the line again. So he was just reading. And we saw that, but I don't have a problem with that. I want to hear what he's reading so that I can make an informed decision. That's all that I'm asking of.
Honorable member, sometimes you see my head down and I am not reading. If the point is that you are not hearing him, that I will take on board. But the next one that he is reading, when you are not even hearing him, is what is baffling me. Honorable Minister, is a defense. The people want to hear you. The other part haven't admitted it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Honorable Bauer. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Bauer, essentially what I said was that without COVID and without the Ukraine war and without recklessness and without mismanagement and without conflict of interest, you took us to the IMF. So my honorable colleague who was in the ministry should explain to us how with such clarity, with no exogenous factors, you were able to take us to the IMF. And Mr. Speaker, Akufo-Addo's government then and bail them out. Mr. Speaker, different voices seem to be prevailing, and the shouts of censure, censure shall forever in my mind ring in their ears and conscience and souls as crucified for no reason. Mr. Speaker, they have been sifted like wheat. This day, Mr. Speaker, I believe is a sad hour when darkness from some of our own citizens seem to. But Mr. Speaker, in this very country is where we have had PDAs by the Nkrumah regime, citizens vetting committees by the Rawlings regime. We shall not, Mr. Speaker, encourage such discussions. Mr. Speaker, the Lord is gracious and compassionate. The Lord is slow to anger and rich in love. Mr. Speaker, it is such love that we must show to those who have brought us here. The Lord has given Ghanaians a spirit of courage, love, and self-discipline. And we must pray for the Holy Spirit to strengthen us to love all of our neighbors. Mr. Speaker, the budget that I read, we called it the Nkabom budget. And that is what we need going forward. Mr. Speaker, my defense, and I thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. God bless us and bless our whole land, Ghana. Thank you.
Honorable members, it's now the turn of the minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the adoption of the report of the Censorship Committee and to ask this House to stand strong and firm together in bidding goodbye to the Honorable Minister for Finance and bidding him farewell that at least 6 years as Minister of Finance, he's done his part. He started well in 2017-18 and started dipping with poor performance into 2019 and 2020. And we have a responsibility as representatives of the people to hold him accountable. Mr. Speaker, let me start with the Honorable Minister for Lands and Forestry, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, the member for Damon, to emphasize. And Mr. Speaker, he argued that censorship motions are rarely used, and referred to the United States and the United Kingdom, and reminded us when censor motion was used in the United Kingdom. For every country and its democracy, there must be a beginning. This is our beginning. And it is our beginning to invoke Article 82. But I tie that to that of the learned Attorney General, when he says that due process have not been respected. Due process have not been respected. Yet, the Speaker gave you the opportunity to speak in defense of a colleague minister. The Speaker has given the Minister for Finance an opportunity to defend himself at committee and even at plenary. you must be thankful to the openness of the Speaker and this House. So to say that due process have not been respected, Mr. Speaker, you admitted this motion because it is a competent motion. A motion, due process, Attorney General, will take you through due process. And be reminded that this House, the Parliament of Ghana, so established under Article 93 of this Constitution, is not a quasi-judicial body. And it is not, even as you extended to this committee with your Nemodas rule, it is not the committee of the Honorable K.T. Hammer and Dr. Ayeni is not an adjudicating committee. Mr. Speaker, this House, the Parliament of Ghana, is not the judicial organ of Ghana. It is vested with the powers so imposed on it under Article 93. And Mr. Speaker, I quote for the purpose of the record. It reads, "There shall be a Parliament of Ghana, which shall consist of the number," but it says, "subject to the provisions of this Constitution, the legislative power of Ghana shall be vested in Parliament and shall be exercised in accordance with this Constitution." That is why, Mr. Speaker, in admitting this motion, you are talking, Attorney General, you are talking about due process. And when it comes to matters of this nature, you are not expected to be a partisan minister. You are the learned Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana. Not partisan. You are the learned Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana. And you must stick to the fidelity of the Constitution, the fidelity of the laws of Ghana. May I refer you to Article 82 of the Constitution, where you talk about due process. Mr. Speaker, due process, yes, due process reads, Parliament may by a resolution supported by the votes of not less than 2/3 of all the members of Parliament. 82. So very soon, Mr. Speaker, Parliament will be voting to determine whether we have 2/3 or not. Due process. 2. A motion for the resolution referred to in clause 1 of this article shall not be moved in Parliament unless 7 days notice has been given. Satisfied. The notice for the motion has been signed by not less than 1/3 of the members of Parliament. Satisfied. Due process. The motion shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days. Due process. We are continuing to conclude it. The Minister for Finance has appeared to defend himself, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "The motion shall be debated in Parliament within 5 days." And 4, 82.4 says, "A minister of respect of whom a vote of censure is debated under clause 3 of this article is entitled during the debate to be heard." Due process. So, Attorney General, to say that these parliaments have not complied with the minimum requirements of the Constitution is neither here nor there. May I walk you further? May I walk you further to Article 23? You defended yourself and even quoted the Supreme Court ruling. Here we come, and here I read. Article 23 reads, Mr. Speaker, administrative bodies and administrative officials. Mr. Speaker, you are members of Parliament. Are you administrative officials? Mr. Speaker, shall act fairly and reasonably and comply with the requirements imposed on them by law, and persons aggrieved by the exercise of such acts and decisions shall have the right to seek redress before a court or other tribunal, referring to what you call the ombudsman or Shraj for our purpose in Ghana, that even this Parliament can appoint the ombudsman. How dare the Attorney General compare Shraj to the Parliament of Ghana? That is your understanding of Article 23 of the Constitution. How can you reduce this co-equal organ of states the co-equal organ of state, the Parliament of Ghana, to an administrative institution. Mr. Speaker, come again. Then, Mr. Speaker, now to paraphrase the Minister for Finance, he himself said that this motion have done this country's democracy some
Asempa
good.
FM
I couldn't agree more with you,
94.7.
because this motion, Mr. Speaker, will let ministers of President Nana Addo Dankwa sit up and know that there is a watchman called the Parliament of Ghana, that if they are betraying the public trust, are not living to the expectations of the public, they will be held accountable by this August House. That is the good this motion is doing. And then to you aspiring ministers under John Mahama, the same rule will apply to you tomorrow if you show you. So don't think that it's applicable only to them. Tomorrow, when you do assume roles as ministers, this House will hold you accountable. Mr. Speaker, it has facilitated transparency and openness. At least the minister have now provided 80 million for cathedral. He didn't do so in the previous budget, at least. But Mr. Speaker, since they are tendering matters in evidence, I will tender this in evidence.
The 333 million.
Mr. Speaker, with the call that an independent engineers must evaluate how much money have been spent on the cathedral and how much work have been done against the letter from contractors, which I will also tender in that they have not been paid, so that a report will be submitted. So, Mr. Speaker, I will tender that in evidence.
Yes, Minority Leader. Minority Leader.
I will tender in
just a minute.
The tutorial view.
Minority Leader, just a minute. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minority Leader has tendered a picture. Mr. Speaker, which picture we don't know the source. Mr. Speaker, and he's urging on you to accept this as evidence of some work being done somewhere. And Mr. Speaker, he is now again saying that engineers should go and evaluate. Mr. Speaker, already in an earlier submission, an honorable member had contended that the cost does not in any way match the so-called work done. That was his argument. Now today he is now misleading this House by saying that we should now go and call engineers when he wants members to take a decision on a matter. Mr. Speaker, we cannot accept this. And Mr. Speaker, I rely on the House to make this argument. Mr. Speaker, let's look at order 30. Mr. Speaker, order 30D.
Please, quote the order. Quote the order. Quote the order you are referring to.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm proceeding.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I am quoting, but you are urging me to quote. Mr. Speaker, I'm doing exactly that. That's exactly what I'm going to do, and you are intimidating me. I am able to quote, and I'm there, so allow me to finish. Mr. Speaker, today it looks I'm not in your good books. Because I'm quoting, you are saying I should quote. I am quoting, you say I should quote. I am going to do that. I am capable of quoting. You know that I'm not in your good books today, Mr. Speaker. I'm not a happy man. Let me quote.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to quote.
When you started, you were debating. And so I wanted to draw your attention to the fact that you stood on a point of order. Then you said, order, so and so. Then I said, quote the order. You see, please.
We are all your children, but this morning, Mr. Speaker, this morning, your attention has been so positive to this side. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to quote. Today we are all yours, but today they seem to be more happy. Mr. Speaker, they are your favorite children this morning. It looks like we accept children. We are not. We are all your children.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
On many occasions, I said the same thing of you. I don't know why today you are trying to create an impression that some people are my children, but you are not. But everybody in this house is aware that you are one of the most favored child in the family.
Mr. Speaker, not today. Not today. Today is the opposite.
But you must know that every day is not Sunday. You may continue.
Mr. Speaker, it is offensive to present to Parliament frivolous, false, scandalous, groundless, or fabricated document or such allegations in a petition. Mr. Speaker, I am coming from the angle of groundless. I rely on the provision groundless. Mr. Speaker, 30B. The honorable minority leader knows how to prepare a document for the purpose of evidence. He knows what to do when he wants to get a document for our record. Mr. Speaker, I contend that that paper, which we have not seen, which Mr. Speaker has not seen, which has supposedly been laid, cannot, Mr. Speaker, cannot be said to be a proper document for the purpose of evidence. It is not. And it's very misleading, Mr. Speaker, a picture that we don't know the source. Mr. Speaker, if you may give me a copy, let me show it to you. Mr. Speaker, clerk at table, bring it. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, the clerk at table may let me have it to make my demonstration. So me.
Yes, honorable, please. You may resume your seat. Well, honorable members, this is not a point of order. We haven't also reached the stage where we evaluate the evidence and depend on what weight you place on evidence. That is the issue is pressing. So the honorable minority leader may continue with his submissions.
Mr. Speaker, so I'm further tendering in notice, I'm further tendering in contractors who have not been paid at the cathedral. Independent engineers can do an assessment. Having spent 339 million, the Ghanaian people deserve to know and to have value for money. We'll be interested in ascertaining that. Mr. Speaker, I have respect for the Minister for Lands, so I'll just end here with him. When you sought to debate questioning the relevance of censorship motion, then you may as well have told the framers of the Constitution that Article 82 was unnecessary and ought not to have been part of the 1992 Constitution. But even that, the President of the Republic, whom you said, Nana Addo Dankwa, assented to what I call the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2018, Act 982. And Mr. Speaker, in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, Section 4, it reads, and I quote, head note, vote of censure. Parliament may, in accordance with Article 82 of the Constitution, pass a vote of censure on the minister, where the minister breaches Section 2 by more than 1 percentage point. The Honorable Atufonse referred to it. So, Minister, we are competent within the Constitution, competent within the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and competent within the exercise of oversight. And we are doing so with respect to the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, when the Minister for Finance appeared before the committee, he responded to some of the issues, some satisfactorily, some unsatisfactorily, some very disappointingly. We are disappointed. For instance, the argument about money being put in an offshore account, nobody on this side have alleged it to your person. Nobody. We can't do that. We respect your person, but nobody alleges that you set up an offshore account for yourself. We allege that monies that ought to be in the Petroleum Holding Fund, to which You have been given authority under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act at 815 imposes the obligation on you. So to say that you borrowed GMPC $164 million to do what? Did that borrowing come before this house? No, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, may I with respect again refer you to Article 181. No, I have the script. Article 181. Mr. Speaker, Article 181 states, 1811, Parliament may by a resolution supported by the votes of a majority of all the members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, the emphasis is mine, authorize the government to enter into an agreement for the granting of a loan out of a public fund or a public account. Where did you get the mandate and authority to borrow GMPC, that money, without parliamentary approval? That is the question we raise. Germaine, relevant. And Mr. Speaker, maybe I should paraphrase the minister's oath when he swore his oath of office as minister. So may I refer you to the Constitution and to the oath section. Oath of a cabinet minister. It reads that he shall uphold and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. That Constitution provided him that when he wants to borrow, he must come to this august house. He failed to do so. That is a breach of law and a breach of the Constitution, to which we hold him accountable. Then, Learned Attorney General, I also heard you quote Article 2 of the 1992 Constitution. I heard you well, and I re-quote it for you. You stated in defense of your that where in this Constitution any other law found to be inconsistent with any provision of this Constitution. So when Parliament legislates on a law, I say when Parliament legislates on a law like a bill, and that bill is repugnant to this Constitution, it will be declared null and void. Are you suggesting that we do not have the authority to subject the minister to a vote of censure? Yes, we do, and that is what we are exercising. Mr. Speaker, my joy is in that this gallant minority, we are aware of our limitations. The Ghanaian people didn't give us an overwhelming or absolute majority. Neither did they give our press opposite. But Mr. Speaker, our heart was warmed when the majority leader, in addressing a press conference with some 93 members of parliament from his back, 98, assured us of their cooperation. Where is your cooperation? We need it today. We do not need your cooperation any other day than today. That you must cooperate with us. And you must cooperate fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, for one reason. That you reflect the disappointment of the Ghanaian people. You share their hardships. You share businesses which are collapsing. And you share the fact that we must hold the Honorable Minister for Finance responsible for that. Mr. Speaker, when the minister was responding, he said that not due to recklessness or mismanagement, not due to COVID, and not due to Ukraine. In 2003, when the MPP government went to IMF, was it because of those factors? You are reminded that in 2003, there was an external with the IMF, led by the New Patriotic Party government. So stop behaving like you are angels when it comes to going to IMF for political credibility. You did so in 2003. Mr. Speaker, today, this animal called debt exchange, where have any of you heard about debt exchange? That you manage an economy to the extent that you are seeking to help save the economy with a debt exchange, which is threatening the financial health of the economy and the health of the financial industry in our country. I've just reviewed a report that four banks, local, 4 banks, foreign, cannot just do with your debt exchange initiative.
Honorable Minority Leader, your time is up.
In 1 minute, Mr. Speaker. 1 minute. I have to speak for these banks. They are holding 83.9% in debt. 4 foreign banks, 4 local banks, they are near collapse because of the failure of your policy, your incompetence. You have overborrowed from 120 billion to 450 billion. Under NDC, we never borrowed that much, but at least we deliver. Mr. Speaker, on this note, my colleagues who are brave enough and courageous enough, stand with us to vote and vote to bid the minister farewell. I'll be watching what the majority leader will say, whether he will be a man or today it will change into Mr. Speaker. So I beg to federal aid members that let's pass a vote of censure. In that it's interchangeably used with vote of no confidence. What we have done, I'm sure he himself in his sleep and his conscience know that at least some of the issues we have raised, we are right. And that we have done it for the good of the Ghanaian people. In his conscience, he knows. So, Mr. Speaker, join us to bid him farewell. That he doesn't deserve to implement his unacceptable debt exchange program, which is threatening pensions, threatening financial institutions, threatening jobs. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, suspension.
Asempa, Upa Asempa, Utini Radio, 94.7. Asempa FM, oh yeah, do papa. Asempa FM, everywhere you are. Asempa FM, everywhere you go. Asempa, hey, Asempa, hey, all talk all day.
94.7 Asempa FM, all talk all day. Ekosiisen dwumadi no asugu so a utie no yedemo nyina sese matwen yama yakọ parliament aba inti the debate on the motion for censure against the finance minister and yakofa ede ebrem inti the minority leader and a year ni debate finally and a speaker are calling for suspension of proceedings in the enim timer or besan aba sofo Charles Owusu ewaha ye hwe nim so honorable IPA ba be kayensa honorable Clite Taylor ba be kayensa the discussion segment no abremo 30 minutes after 4 higher Asempa FM aboafo eboy me de Ekosiisen abremo your Access Bank, More Than Banking, Kale Charcoal Toothpaste, Happy Smile, Agbave Herbal Center, MoneyGram, Obapa Product, EcoBank Ghana, Rockstars Roofing Systems, Ghana AIDS Commission, Jabina Pharmacy, Nisi Pharma, Nova Plaster, My Life Insurance, and a Franco Trading Enterprise. Mama yenkotie we emra tew yeba sofo Charles Owusu de yembe shase na afi yedi enkomo. Stay with us.
Erade tie me. Erade to my ketchum. Near me here fin any. Oh, Papa, erade boa me.
Mpaibo Mumbape. Media Janya Mena o Hanuno. Na dene jiwa katua for Access Bank Sia. Nenya mo home prensa.
Anio. Asamna na wakano. Dene jiwa katua for Access Bank Empower Salary Account. Nenya kwenya se. Obebo obusumya katua no home prensa. Ebiom. Obetimenya chede kama biti se. School fee scholarship. Free DSTV subscription. Free insurance cover. Bosi ansi honi ho. Sika chede. Any pia kekao. Abra wode Access Bank Visa card no edi djuma bro 500 Ghana cedi. Promo yi etie mo akwesi 38 April 2023. Na ene NL na edi our Caritas Lottery platform no so. Na nhyehyai kakra wo ho. Access Bank, more than banking.
Sa ball bombre Samsung nim se wontimi kojina park ne so beno so nkyerese wontimi bi agro ibi. Anything at Samsung get check be brave bro our passionate game promo yimu. Emre better Samsung Galaxy A23, A13 and A04 series no. You bet your jerseys, water bottles, then you might be brave kwa. You start to TVs, fridges, air conditioners, and washing machines born you now to say who. Now my own sweat me diacrony be. So an amount is here na Samsung store and our authorized dealer Ben free 18th November copim 18th December. So nyum
Asempa FM.
Free a great kind copim say be. If we say Samsung say ball body e pay dedi ankasa. Ye did. I said, shake a crown.
Document when you na I was semi young juma. Na smenia any mu stress. Entina dame nom agbeve hebati no. Agbeve hebati. Oh okay. Ebema wa ya let. Eyi stress na free hokra.
No cre. Me say manom agbeve tonic. Eyi menstrual pains free me so. Agbeve tonic when you mato anase koko hawa. Numbi. Agbeve tonic die amwa ye fine mum. Eba no malaria nso a. Agbeve fever na me die tutu egu abra maye malaria test. Ehunu say bi wo mu.
Na wate agbeve herbal mix capsules nso nka. Kan na ye powder. Say die. Wodi nsuo no mu a no apanka bia die egu so.
Agbeve herbal mix. Eno na sa me kunu sisi yare eni ayemutim. Esan ya afasi duro nso.
Me nso sa.
Na se me hia agbeve nroi hina bia.
Ewo pharmacies herbal chemical shops. Apemfo abato mo manufo ne nkwada wo ni fiedum yenu nka ho. Etufo mfre agbeve herbal products for 020-813-0790 and 0246-595-256. FDA agi edwede nkrato yatum.
Mira, bra kwejo dan. Enu bia na me pese ye de.
Wa ofa be fi ha hye won.
Akwejo ha ye feto.
Yeah. Enya mo ba call Nova Plaster Ceiling Systems. Yeah, wa achimota. Wow. Not just a plaster board, cement board, 3D wall panels. Ni nyina every Nova Plaster Ceiling Systems. Na acoustic ceilings, PVC wall panels, galvanized profiles, POP cement, and a POP corner molds. And who accessories in kind nyina so e. Ni nyina under one shops. Hey, colleges, universities, churches, hospitals. Yeah, wo mu dancing Nova Plaster Ceiling Systems and the contractors no account for woman name bono so e da na achimota him property no more new overhead no opposite Tanka showroom for 050-5598-406 and 0266-805827 Nova Plaster Ceiling Systems home deco papa fie no.
Hey, it's me pan and me kita Miami K. Ecobank, me damase.
Shy, cow than you.
Osei Ecobank, ye cruisy.
Bonsu bet me a cruise wanka sa ukebo. Esani Ecobank Auto Finance Package inti. Kwa yen cardless ahudu PI no ye adwuma bebia. Ye ka da wakoma so. Say ye new car, say ye second hand. Ehwa ye mouse special discounts. Ecobank sa den hihye pa be boa wetua ka no kanyina. Ye mouse interest rate ani boa from cry. Ebe brim weni so. Oh, so when your accounts work bank money how cry. Sa kwenye ye da homo bia. Enti enso sa ka no ho da keke. Abemu awie. Preto free 0800-003-225. Anasa kwa Ecobank nkra bata bebia na busa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Enshishe kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank. Hey, my paddy, you day? Chile a day, man, tire yourself. Hey, my prof, you tired and waiting I go do. My prof, condom thing you talk. I know they sit up. What about condoms do you want to know? You see, my sweet Ajua, they can visit me today. I be last time you talk me say make I use condom. I want to know more. But prof, this condom thing, how easily available are they and the cost too? How?
Condoms are available in varieties at little cost. Some as low as 3 pieces for 10 Ghana pesos per. You will find some at most supermarkets, pharmacies, chemical stores, grocery shops, and health centers. Some condoms come in different colors and flavors. There are male and female condoms. We get some for you, where we get some for Ajua too. But you cannot use both at the same time. Ajua should not use a female condom when you are wearing a male condom, and you should not use a male condom when Ajua is wearing a female condom.
Oh, that's so easy.
Yeah, and besides, I also told you to always buy condoms before you need them, so you can read the instructions on how to wear it and also check the expiration date, because expired condoms reduce its effectiveness and are not safe for use.
Oh, you mean say now I have the condom in hand, I should again check for expiry dates, not to talk of the wahala for face in my head about waiting I won't pay for the counter?
Yes, my buddy. It is very important to check for the expiration date on each condom you buy and know how to wear condoms correctly and consistently to ensure that you are safe not only from the risk of unplanned pregnancies but also HIV and other sexually transmitted infections. Let's protect ourselves and loved ones because HIV still there around.
Condomless sex is risky sex. Be smart. Get a condom. If it's not on, it's definitely not in.
This message is brought to you by Ghana AIDS Commission.
Hey, Lala Didi. Didi Lala. What worry has so dear? Na me dear yemia. Africa Queen Mackerel bonejuma wo sesen. Africa Queen Mackerel leader what ya see owunia. Se wo de ye aduane a. E danson. Tomato sauce na egu ho no so e ye rich. Yes. E pise wo. Nti e me aduane ne de ye stronko. Enam no so shemu ma. Na me kire se nam panko a. Wa wo beti ase. Na wo be checking so. E ye grade 1 o. Na me say me twa kwa me nkwan. Na me tu bi gu mu a. Na to ne ne term so. Honey, oba papa. Oh you ma. Major. Mr. Say, jollof, Gary photo, rice and stew, and piscine gravy dear. Africa Queen Mackerel ni mo. Intimi now. Africa Queen Mackerel. Shawenum keke, nam papa no.
Africa Queen, shawenum keke.
Yango my driver for 1 year juma boom akwenya obetimi wini brand new car and now 40 smartphones are obetimi new car. So we driver now only Yango year juma for who shame for 0596 993 550 number can be na mom kai say enshisha kakra wo ho.
Hey, it's me pan and me kita mi amike. Ecobank me damase.
Shy, cow the new.
Osei Ecobank, ye cruising.
Bonsu bet me cruise wo wankasa wo kem. Esani Ecobank Auto Finance Package nti. Koyen car dealers ahodo PI no won ye adwuma ba bia. Yi car da wakoma so. Say ye new car, say ye second hand. Ehwa ye mouse special discounts. Ecobank sa den hihye pa be boa wo etua car no kanyina. Ye mouse interest rate ani boa from cry. Ebe bring weni so. Oh, so when your accounts work bank money how cry. Sa kwenye ye da homo bia. Enti enso sa car no ho da ekeke. Abebu awie. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa kwa Ecobank nkrabata bebia nebusa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Eshishe kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Las Farmas Food Center. Aye biaya. Omo de Ghana inyane papa hojuma. Ife brainy. Na oba yen aso ya. Wo nyane ahoro pi. Ebi te say fufu, banku, ampesi ne emo aduane bia. Na eho akade nso de bubuja. Ya sense to brodo. Ne pastries ahodo pi. Na eba no dwumedie bia nso a. Ye wo hama. Esense ye nuane no edemostronko. Na ye mfudie ye de ye nuane no. Efi Ghana ekiafo papa no ho. Ne senti na make am for Las Palmas nyane ama obibia na ena afam ayedimpo no ye nyane ne bo no ena so dafem na obia to me to be esojafwe ye wo froye ne nkwan ayeton so wo pe Las Palmas e tra kwan ya ye wo Accra Central Circle Achimota Abeka La Paz Kumasi Tapoma Lorry Park ene Edum Papa Lorry Park obetimi afre wo sahume so 0248 964 352 Las Palmas Johnny Perfie.
On the place to a fiesta.
Poor first, no, yes, Asempa 94.7. 1,000 Ghana cedis. Say, 1,500 Ghana cedis. Wow! Now where? 5,000 Ghana cedis. Say, 8,500 Ghana cedis. Wow! After you move to me and Yakob, 15,500 Ghana cedis cover. The idea will be only hospitalization. Just say, we are going to die at Sabia. Eba bua mo tua kam. Afei, critical illness. Just say, yare kronko bi o ha. Ya jatum se bo wa, eba bua ma wa ko. So ne so de. Arabia wutimi to our my way policy ne so. Bebra ye de keka ho nyina. Kakra bi pe. Ene de ato de utua no so me ne so. Wait na my way yes ronko no. For phone, dial *165 hash. Never come home. Send my way. I said no way.
A product of My Life and MTN Momo.
I say, this season, man must level up and show greatness, oh.
You are now talking. But I have a concern. How to get the best home appliances at a good price. You know, promotion.
Oh, that one? Don't worry, no problem at all. Haven't you heard of the TCL Xmas promo?
TCL Xmas promo? No, just me.
TCL is offering up to 30% discount plus more freebies on all appliances from 1st of November to 31st of December 2022.
You don't mean it. So if I buy the TCL Google TV, air conditioners, sound bars, fridge or freezer, washing machine and more, I get up to 30% discount?
Yes, plus more freebies.
Hey, and my house will witness a total makeover.
Won't you wait for the location?
Sure, I already know. I did not add the command traffic lights.
And where again? Walk into any TCL or Max Buy showroom nationwide. Call 059-691-3298 or visit store.tclghana.com as well as www.maxbuy.com.gh. TCL, inspire greatness.
Hey, Ojam, na heye.
Enya na anu asase me kope ye ho anantia. Langas for ma me honto me.
Na wonte Ostek real estate fon kana. Once ase ho do papa na ne bonsu de eda fam kra. O once ase wo dodowa ayukuma asebi doyumu Asutwabe junction, Shy Hills, Topoli, Agwato, ene dowenya. Na ne jesem kra ne se wo ka wo betumi de akọ na wa we ne buo no. Na se ye ensase be ye miense na kra wo de amon.
Na hifa no wo na me so me kwajima
Owo dodowa one fire service station no na din hwe animu obetumi afrɛ wɔm 0244 68 40 69 and 0266 10 14 06 and 0240 93 37 48. Aztec Real Estate.
Yes, Papa Fee.
It's not just a game, it's passion. It's not just a game, it's pride. It's not just a game, it's unity. It's much more than just a game. Embrace the win with SoccerBet. Bet on the highest odds in any SoccerBet shop or simply download the SoccerBet mobile app and bet anywhere. With SoccerBet, win and get your cash instantly. SoccerBet, your best bet for sports betting. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Bet responsibly. Gaming can be addictive. Not for persons below 18 years.
We wish you a Merry Christmas week.
Hey, brand new. No, when you my serious.
Papa Manusu on my account Mubasa. She says, see a manigram so dear. I quite me and Sunny bet me for some news, Kefra Butchu.
I love Bonsu. Bobby Moe.
Say Manus Kafa manigram swa. What me in a bank direct and no cash pickup no. I brought your funds to me Maniska to my account straight. You me here me ATM card. And you do chem crane say. Me sabet me a Kesika for me mobile money wallet Mubia.
Of course again.
We train one don't come here. And a manigram day, bro. Sell lending, America, German, and now my member 200. Or therefore, bet you have a new scout or bank account to direct, and now mobile money wallet to straight. Oh, boy, yeah. How moneygrams cannot be so cool. What bank beer benwo? Moneygram, bringing you closer.
And then you say, shame, dear Nasi. Hey, we okay.
Hey, walk it to a big.
Enti, send an American.
Some who say no word. I knew.
Hey, and you
share Jiway, a Coffon Plus, and Rami who say over one and I may total homao. Chad, Shimini Mebusia phone. So, by the way, if you do me a new check out, bet me their man.
Alice Midas,
and I dare to sue me. Hey, and then there one more.
I knew, and I see Uncle Alice and a Coffron Plus. A 2 minute banner one I see one time. Coffron Plus, a one no big Johnny.
And your mamma fra, one influence.
And to phone call Nisi Pharma Limited, or Kaishi Drug Lane, Accra, Adenta Junction, Kumasi Ashtown, Yene Salvation Army Church in the Jenimu, Takra the Market Square, friend 020-830-5676.
FDA, Aji, a gradient cratui, Atum.
Madam Pharmacist.
Yes.
Ye garlic a drone one. Ya ho garlic AC no. Shadi.
Oh, a garlic ACE. That dan wow.
Oh, sir. Garlic AC no ye numu no. Ya wonu mu a embro garlic bia wo wonu. Ne moja e dia frusani yi. Ne samboa ma wo cholesterol level e de yi no.
Ani vitamin A e wo mu no. E boa e ma weni da ho yi. Vitamin C no nso e bo ho ban. E san so ma wo se ene wo nompe mu ye den. Na vitamin E no nso de e boa ma wo honam ene wo tinwi ye fefefe.
Enu ampa.
garlic AC ya esanso wo selenium ene zinc ema immune support emanipedua na hoden etijine yie
manum bida na munsa se aduro no eye fine ankasa esanso shemu 90 tablets enunti this time there magene dodo na me mabusuafo akoche
amanfo garlic AC abamu bia ewo pharmacies any over the counter stores
Asempa FM
Pharmacy Limited 0244 95 10 87 FDIG ejede nkrato yatum.
If you get LPG, let me see your hand. Who are that?
I'm standing. When you may be out, you're the men in Jim crowd.
Oh, if you rat, I didn't cry no how.
Me, I didn't know how. I don't know how you did a BDNE a Biani. Unim se wusi na nyama wire. I didn't uni gasana.
Oh, if you rat, maybe a bidiana damn dear Diani.
Ah, what kitchen papa? Sisi again and be a use gaso. She LPG no or how be any home. Ediane Bentham, Nane Denson Sessa, near one say, Pa Naso.
Hey, if you ran no.
Eh, Mr. Menu, who was a media grown, made him Rafaba, uni gasa, me too, who cry, send and send out your rent. Eh, Beji to free.
Che, we a mistake now this kind of mammy, I mean too. Made a quack or talk gas.
Mr. Menu, Kawan can then call Betty.
Che, men catch you, LPG, or how be any home. Nema Honsu Harrow. Sakasi Boye, National Petroleum Authority, Ministry of Energy, and the World Bank, and a Debro. Freto free number 080-012-300, Nien Church Umuye.
Muntie, Asempa, Ubetin Sem, Asempa, Nya Upe Biara, Asempa FM, Station Bakupe, Asempa, Uwo Fie, Asempa, Uwe Jumemu, Asempa, Baby Uwo Biara, Asempa FM, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM. Ekosiise On Asempa and our Sugusu Awutie 47 minutes after 4. Ewa Asempa FM. So me di Osei Bonsu from Yobi. 6:30 p.m. na Jumedi no eba ewie. Me de ka de to my name say and we've spent so much time in Parliament because of the importance of the motion before Parliament or moye hu debate. A motion for the vote of censure against the Finance Minister. Nti so far committee in Mribia besen kotna ase ehwehwe nsem no de omo report akoma speaker because na speakers ad hoc committee. In the omo report akoma speaker and a speaker Amakwaya, members of the House, a debate. In the air, Kase, a majority leader, and the Jinan and Naiswa or Kasa. Uria, speaker, ebe puti question no na afe omashe atoso. Abba. In the ho and the war CCA as and when they are necessary, no, will take you back near who said the new Messi Echo. But Reverend Charles Usu Ewaha, Honorable Ipe, and so Ewaha and Chamobeti Wonka, Nafe, Yadi and Common Ashasoba, Heritage Christian College. Heritage Christian College. Omo Amasaman behind the Olympic Stadium. Now, it's a college affiliated to the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. And we are accredited by GTEC. That's the Ghana Tertiary Education Council. Omo Juma Brutal Heritage Christian College. Programs from where on business administration, into your more accounting option, marketing, human resource management, banking and finance, business information technology management, and almost information technology, or more theology. Nina a programs from around Heritage Christian University. Almost professional programs. Nina be ICA, CIMG, CIHRM, and ICM. Almost media short courses. Now, Wayne Heritage Christian College is unique. Entrepreneurship training with financial support. Every student. One student, one laptop with 24/7 internet access. Omo pay attention to character development. Omo scholarships, affordable and flexible fee structure. Entry qualifications no ukrawasi, ABC and GBCE with ma apply. HND diploma top up with ma apply. Matured students 25 years and above munyina with me apply. Your hostel facilities Heritage Christian College. Amasaman just behind Olympic Stadium. Omo numbers ni 0547 777731 and 0202298399. Your website hcuc.edu.gh. Ubitma corner will apply. Or apply with 50% tuition waiver for all freshers. And we are fresh student, you amount 50% waiver off the tuition fees. Unyani baby, I just a Heritage Christian College. A university educating compassionate entrepreneurial leaders. In it a school you have to attend. Now, Access Bank Ghana PLC say Omani Graphic Communications Group Akawantuma Bano Ede the SME Fair 2022 April. They are giving cherished customers and the general public the opportunity to shop personal effect, office items, or home appliances this festive season in the maiden SME Fair, small and medium scale enterprises fair. Into your ton neoma fair, bibia opesa utobia, say neoma ode kwaye wa ho, office neoma, ufie neoma, ubenya ni nyina bia to ewo. It's a 2-day fair and it's themed enhancing SMEs access to market for sustainable growth. Now, businesses from art, beauty, electronics, furniture, food and agriculture, engineering, retail store and more, Ebeba exhibit on product at amazingly discounted prices. It will happen at the AMA Gardens, the Accra Metropolitan Assembly, or more office for Fronu say, and nim ho loans be or kama, a hono me fair no ewo. Na ene air shas ye 8th December. Na ye wie efiada 9th December. In the end wotie me a ubetimi akọ say time kọ na untimi nkwa o chena no papa akọ nioma opesa wotonya ya tete nioma no so ewo ho in the ubronya is obey shopping a SME Fair Access Bank at the airba ene wo sa wokọ ekokoye 10 a.m. anopa na ya shas ye den ewo nti please take advantage and get the best discount and amazing deals this festive season. For more info, Freya 24-hour contact center 0800 004400 0800 004400. Access Bank, more than banking. In the Bomodina Fau Eshim. In Suya Yajiatumu Ayenom, awake purified drinking water. Insua won nominal. Now Boaji Unia bin so and Consua ed. Now unim say awake bottle bakubi obetono. Yeti 1 peswa. Ede Kokoboa, the National Cardiothoracic Center, Ewo Kolebu. In the Yaka awake canoa just 1 for life. A Casapreco Company Limited in Sio Modia Bejaso. Mepato Pebiatoa, in different sizes. In fact, you have 330 ml, 500 ml bottle. Your sign was 750 ml, or 1.5 liters. And if you had the 19 liters jar, I runya bisi office and I will fear a bois papa fre 0262 351 251. Awake. Now I just 1 for life. So for Charles Osu, Aquaba na poem to saying.
Elder, Ajanada Roma.
Bibia Koi.
Metiasi dear. Na me won kwa wan hodin.
Danyamias.
Dankuto na yede my rate.
Danyamias.
Danyamias. Brabono. Yes, the open.
Yeah.
But said the unyami pay. I told her Nipa ye pedie. I am a penny searching all the time.
Yeah.
Or the Unyango Pon so bo biasno. Bible said, "Adie bia o boy bia aye." And did any pay for Mubiana a part of the process?
Yeah.
I Yankopon at the fast to work could do or destination. To me, to where I live, accommodation, whom can say. Do Yami say a bedroom is 1 penny money, mamma.
Sure.
And situation bia may confront to another year, but Miss Bia and minimum say, it will pass. I am Rekeke. On the one near me in San, I mean, as a Christo did in him. Na me gidi say enipa bebrebe sua free mu nka beboa obi ye wade ayankasa ye mfonso ema edi bibi ba yen so ene ye wodi obi eye bibi di tia yen de toso mensa de nyamenim hu bi no ye hu ye yi de ye mfonso de aba obetima correct na me na yi de obi eye de tia wo ama o hwease anade o ha obi abra no sorry jina na bomb pie to to niam yi a e free hoko but the nyaminim hu bi no ye ho hwe yi empire bo current bi ye ho hwe enti yente ase se abrabo no e kom ka ho maka na fidie so se said me person me ye me ho abrabom and I said nka me person me duru ye person me duru nye sa na meduru then so definitely en kire say na me tie mmire bi atwam sa na me tie mmire dia dane mmire sesa ndi obi an kana komanto no yem obi am reform ye nya abotre
Asempa FM
processor ye kom sisi ye mfa odo koro ye ne akoma baako ne adwen baako na ye nso so ye ho nsa ye ne say I'm sure say emiritie bi mencha kra de ye wuro mi ye be san firi mu emodin obi ka say munya de na oboa emodin pa ba me ogiri se de tie bia no me ya ye nyi kakra bi no okay 80s na 83 ona bo okay e come by no na me kai me grandmother na me tell me grandfather na omo haban bi ho ntie kutu banche sa na e no ana de haban aguso na I had said body color because you don't be fufu na dey say me say me fufu di apeche na mawukra me fufu di me di ana kasa baby ewu na wo hwe enuane ahodo a na ya haban bi o motete na dey say enkroma a na mutim di ye okro soup esan ye medicine aka ho
okay
and you did at the time because that time no na enkruma edi ebi ni ho eniema na ebi wo ho na ne boofo a ntina na ehu behia se ye free sa tibia mu no ye nya adwen a tete anya bi no se ode ne masie abra epebre adru na so tobre dru na se ontumi mpie ma bontea wode ne ho to na duane a wode wode asie so samre na nya yize kra aduane na wo nko a wonya di before no e ba na sa aduane enya ni ba no ndi onyankopon ye were kra free because etwam trust them say okana Ecclesiastes say there's time and season for everything ye wo mre ne na e wo bibia ho sa mre ya ba mi e mre aba wo ye ho hwe enye yi but I'm sure say ne na so den e betwam and obi tie mi a the American nyina say before I be di enkomo nyina no and then obi atoba ha so ne ma ye din sa na adwenbone na eba ni patim enti obi hu de onye kofo ebu kofo na eba be doso kofo ye bone na doso but one hwe ni ye bedu baby na afi emere papa na beba no na wonu hu se wo course ati bia na ete se hu enti na man no maduro mu enku hu se ene sika ni obotom because obi as meti ha sisi ai madada abra menum so na dai ya nom gare without sugar ya tried you with that meat but then you nyame ada romanti yetimi to bie den eto bi mo obi so den edipi e kire se enka hosada definitely onyame ti ase ne ye kra ti ase ne ye nwu ye de ne ye won kwa de empanifo se ye wade be da se
fantastic inti sofo cha so usu ene yete ne kan mesen aba na ono so community concern ma mema ono abla yi pay akwaba na afi mensan emra former MP for the Yenso ano constituency Eastern region honorable akwaba te saying
ye nuame nyame adome ye
bibi e kwa
nyame adom
constituency
boko pa maminchi a watifo
omojo so
anwumiri na me papa ba ko pe former president
84th birthday 84 years yes
statesman former president before ye nyina ngeja ya ma wa wada kron happy birthday mi hu opahini bi a wakona hum jim na nipa bebre pese wakona nchen enne social media so obi a on na twa photo bi a obi a person no so kire se
on ne wo picture
on no wo photo na e di kakeke efe papa no me ni hia bere ba kwa me ni hia ya me kai pa na me union chairman national union chairman for Metro Mass Transit.
Oh okay.
Na ye call strike me na lead the strike no for 3 days na Metro Mass bus bi antu na the pass at Metro Mass aba fofra amanfo ajat mo yo passes bebre your condition of service inti ya park buses ni nyina na uhwe TV a nipa gu kwa ho a wopeka me so me MPP ma papa ya kan sem biara wo wi ase se minister etie yen minister no nya na adwene se tata your minister of transportation na me so na me kura adan na me nko president ho na me nko kama se manchira no because buses na ya park na di pegu abonten na me mpem ho yira me na so union wo de o leader keke decision ne kase pa gina union members no so na me 5 executives no near call president ko for ya ko wasi any appointment nti no person na yebetumi ehunu press secretary to the president then honorable Kwamina Japan nti ya call no nti ye gina honorable Kwamina Japan the reception ono na sa obi near on the young kasa no so ya president just ebuku appointment o na me ni madoko dia president ko for ebe pewo honorable Kwamina Japan so ko baby no ba be kra no so dan nti on the security wo ye wa pan kam approach no but the security for no pull me back pen a president say that say so metro mass no say hey metro mass not no say ye you know hwe TV
okay
montra say ya come on one of so man akwanya no nya kasa atwa akwanya no tra say e na asem ne ye kan asem nyina kire no e wa no ka kire we honorable Kwamina Japan so no onko ma 30% salary increments across board na mo set committee na committee no and work on their collective bargaining agreement na ada na mo afani papa pin sam ni mo ma appointment letter mo ma increment obi anim position until why he instructed the man into a bypass minister na so ma minister no kra na honorable Kwamina Japan enya issues ka no so the president na instructing say onko no ye why na nyina ye ba ye be share union and no cry union for this identity na me makwaji 30% na atom number 50% ka anya police for partner na was security at and calling chemi na union adwuma adin na ye ti that day the prompt action papa no it take a while no was problem me ba premise president ko for na kakasa if you know members seeing the president alone sitting down with him and having discussions with him you do happen no say when you bass for be load point officers come on discharge the buses discharge buses just a me I was so proud to say I've had one-on-one discussions with the president. Until when we start just before we even go and accept the 30%. Idea. Yenyina yedi gese ne odasoti ase nyakopon ema na nkwa bebre na emri biara yentumi nkwa ne nchen na yenkoje afutu papa se utie mo obi otaiti radio so pa utie bia utie pa nti yema na woda pa ebi gwara me kan obekai honorable Kwamina Japan office me ma no awoda kron happy birthday papa
very important
you na fe
ma me fa ntwem no abono wato aso se proceedings are so in parliament. No, we are told, sir, members of the majority side na stage walk out. So they've already indicated, sir, they will not be taking part in the vote. Baby Edu say, I think we're going to voting stage. And members of the majority na stage walk out from the house. That's the breaking news. Yensa aka from parliament. Enti Mome Yenshanen. So yes, honorable.
Yeah, enti yabema na afisha pana. Afiso mechia His Excellency the President Akufo-Addo and the team. Say nyama pa ogusu eye enra na metie radio station 94.7 metie asembia NDC MP baako ekese no kware baako pe no kware eye baako pe se eka adwuma pa dia Akufo-Addo government fourth republic ifi 1993 to date oniseso NDC MP oniseso na momu
obetima bonedin
betima body say what kind of news what kind of news so one about Sam George yes
Bingo pram
yes into say radio station and boy I'm no born voice so into me dey say omo boa na momu no economy no so speaker of parliament honorable Kingsford Aban Babin akasi ni akwaso Ghana no eye wiase nyina what you ask what kind of no eye wiase nyina Ghana nko nti Ghana fo nyina yanka mom na yambu aban no na Ghana enya aban no na Ghana ensi situation na ye omu sese no nipa bebre adwene ne se ye bo aban na fi situation no wo mu no da bi ye bo aban no na aban na yi Ghana efiti bia ye wo mu sese no akogina tibia afoforo me se enya ka adokoro yanga ye pese yeto yanka so ya aka be hu say dollar na fiase eba fam and then 12 point something right from 14 almost 15 about 12 and the rate the increase so rate na the before no inti say na aba na say nipa bebre ana mo to dollar na say one start at 2 gum na 2 gum no na ma drop more inti within 3 days a move from 13.5 to about 12.48 within 3 days. Until by next week, he said if it will continue to fall, you should be able to. And you may want to say, Brunya. And Cabrunya, yeah, shopping, I did also $1 Ekosiisen. It's dropping now. Into you be Brunya, baby, one, you be to my baby, best 10 and 5. And now, fuel. And so I started dropping. And super. And your friend petrol is arranging around 14.89 or so. Ebafem. Diesel could do 23 no. I drop about 18.9. Into nature say and also a drop. Experts now about vacancy forecast no actually say next week a best drop by 10% per the outlook. And I focus on just a bad drop because OPEC and 8 nations, strong nations, now your discussions among to increase production into a better production. About dollar also drop on a production, but and a Bank of Ghana and oil marketing companies, importers, I get special arrangements are forex.
Yes,
and what can be and a dollar no. If you also dropping because to say I say when I work oil no open market in $100 rather no when the Bank of Ghana was special arrangement and no thing say Bank of Ghana benya more dollars and a foreign currency na we to my boa na oil companies na to me enough cash dollars no their importation na aboa yen nti eye niama eye eni kasem nti yebesre Ghana sanya speaker of parliament obi anim so no NDC or NDC MP most of the people at Toma no man be speaker and NDC tank on and na men several committee be so members holding office of profit now we were parliament no on a chairman na me vice chairman now because of the busy schedules nti Satan no a second deputy speaker na me vice chairman of members holding office of profit nti na me onya kwan ntimi na me che bibia na makọ na office na makọ briefing o ye share ye meeting ye say ye meeting minister we meeting MP we ya vet we say na me report akoma na wa sign na me akoma the president of parliament nti me ben ne kakra hu ne sa no obi aka no krepa kana adwa asem ni ye be ka ti o say at times na or person or autocracy kakra wona kwen but or ye fair aka no kware na Osei ne ekoso wo Ghana na nye Ghana nkwa nimum wiase nyina nti yammoa Ghana crowd apart from debt no to say it seems we are getting out of the situation nti yammoa na sa say a haircut to say a mustache cut to say a beard cut to whatever cut it is no yammoa na abaninye space because IMF beboyanga no mba be yare say the forex more foreign currency dollars in particular abegu our system okay na obi ape bia wanya na sidi na nya ahoden na opese ye pufu kira wan say ampa say wo ma yambo say ebetumi atua dey say o debt portfolio wo hwe na eba fam kakra na unya space say na be ya obetumi nya IMF na de hye nko won a kira say this is the situation wo ye yi a be we ama wo be da no wa kwan a be fa so ya na nya IMF na be ka kira nti nya na de sa debt exchange program ya ba say na be ya ye benya space na IMF from where person what Brian who to me at the Brian. It is not part of the IMF conditionalities. But one amount say I say Oba obi so me we ska wo fi with my beji ade asan me fi hana mete so be fa car so be nanto kwa be fa so abeba na date is your own
wow
cup of hanga mate eno ne ade a ekoso
ma mintie so for community concern we are me bana afia call into what's happening in parliament at the moment because ni nyina no some of the grounds no what the minority calls say a gross mismanagement of the Ghanaian economy in the baba be this ankomoni na about so for ma mintie yes community concern and also
master media some kan ba me koso kan the channel say baby a meti a friend or Botiano new Botiano as a 2020 na enipa over 100,000 and a true abba I guess more than 18 years a within the constituency obi ya kwan nyina say ya jitum the challenger or mine ye what is here and we are not pray kese
yes
say aban chinchina twan deɛ sɛ woyɛ no sɛ bɛgu yɛ kwan nyinaa so ma yɛn deɛ yɛsrɛ no sɛ even ɛyɛ mfutukwan mpo no yɛnsiesie no kakra ɛmfa ma nipa ɛte mpotam hɔ yɛnya koota na ɛpɛ nanso yɛnim sɛ yɛsei no nneɛma ɛnyɛ
yes
nti aban ntimi nyɛ bibia ma obiara mmom mpanimfoɔ sɛ bi da wɔnum a na woto a ɛbɛn obi sɛ nsuo tɔ ayɛ asɛm awia bɔ ayɛ asɛm nti yɛn deɛ yɛni baabi a yɛkɔ because awia bɔ a wohwɛ sɛbe ɛkwan no sɛ da si asɛe sɛ nka ɛyɛ ibi mfutukwan mpo na ɛso da hɔ kakra na wobɛtumi afa soro yie koraa na nka ɛnyɛ biribi a nka ɛha adwene because sɛbi o ɛnyɛ yi koraa no yɛfa so nti yɛsiesie no kakra koraa nka ɛbɛboa yɛ nka bia nka ɛpɛ si yɛyɛ gata sɛ ɛwɔ ho nyinaa kama na bia yɛsiesie kwan no to nti sɛ nsuo ta sɛ ɛyɛtɔ koraa no because kwan no ɛni gata sɛ nti na nsuo no tɔ a na afa kwan no nti wonam kwan so a obi di w'anim abɔ sɛ kaa naka ontimi nkɔ biem waka wɔ mfimfini na deɛ ana ɛyɛ me yɛ akɛse koraa ne sɛ wasɔ ahomakye bɛyɛ fo a wokɔ baabi no nkɔla nkete less than 10 years ɔmo nim fie du
ɔmo kɔ school
ɔmo ne ɔmo awofo no gyegyina kwan ho a ɔmo twɛn kaa trɔtrɔ bi a ɛkɔ ahomakye because ɔmfa akora na nkɔ saa mmerɛ no mu a na adeɛ kyi na sɛ nipa dodoɔ na asɔre bɛgyina kwan ho a ɔne de ba ntimi nya kaa ɛnkɔ baabi a wɔkɔ ɛma akora no so ntimi nkɔ school ɛsɛ den ɔsɛ wɔkɔ na sɛ yɛanyɛ saa ndwen saa mmɔfra yi ho a abɔfra no bɛyɛ dɛ no wɔanya ɔdɔ papa bi de ama ne man a yɛka ho asɛm ti srɛ na yɛsrɛ ministry of rose sɛ ɔbaa hɔ ɔbɛhyɛ yɛn bɔ ɛwɔ sɛ bɔhyɛ yɛ ka dan mmom deɛ nanso sɛ bi a ɔno ankasa na koma mu nya ɛyɛ anka ɔbaa bɛyɛ nanso fa meyɛ ne yɛ ace kasa sɛ sika ni hɔ a ɔyɛ ho hwea ɛyɛ yie yɛsrɛ nipa ti mu mbɔtɛ mu hɔ kaa ebi kɔ a obi ne time mmienu nam fɛ no mmienu nam soro ebinom koraa me ne wo kasa bɛsi nnɛ woba hɔ bɛhu for sale bebree bɔ nkɔfoɔ dan because amanfoɔ pɛ kwan etu awie bɔ yi deɛ wobɛtumi de biribi ato gata so akorɔ so akɔ fie ama na yɛyi ba nsuo tɔ a nkɔfoɔ ntimi mɔ fie nti sutɔbere bi aduru na nkɔfoɔ start yɛ den etu na hwɛ sɛ obi atɔ kaa ɔde kɔ ne fie nanso wɔkɔ ne fie odu baabi a na ɔgya kaa ne so na ɔnante kɔ sɛ kaa no wɔntimi mfa nkɔ ɛma no nyɛ yie ɛna yɛn assembly ɛwɔ area hɔ no ɛnyɛ adwuma
adan
me call me hu sɛ assembly ɛyɛ adwuma ayɛ biribi a wɔ area hɔ da me hu bi da since I'm got now menim say you MC kwa we menim menim bisa nobody be wo kran kan central government ade
o picture we painting na say ade no ebro assembly so
no na bi na assembly no nti on timi hang say be grader assembly nti bi nya grader or be tiesie mpotamu kakra so aboa atwema minister of roads anso den dia ba be ka ho ana obi kura zero na sabi mi kura ka me drive kura na me ka say you na de ono ti ho a woni ka odi kokrum na okwa anopa this anaju na obeba serious ya won ye ni hospital ya o and this sabi o yare ka obi a private hospital e wokwan ho ba bi na obetimi di bakora den akọ obi nyame mpangu se nyame anya do na se yare ka obi a ipa ne on se nye yare nyina na se dipa wu ho obi ho ase wotimi duru ayarsabia ntema a doctor fo timi so ano ma ne yiyi na obede na the car na kra tubrika de nipa na ko because o try say o tubrika nipa no car na be kunans wo do hospital cause kwan na kra be kun nipa no ayam hihie na ebeba no be kun nipa na so wotimi do na imagine obi a won so kwan kuta car na afi na say opeka because anam say ye ho no te santi no obi car ko ho nyina no ese wani o na say o ka kire cause car kwa ne tight mi tu na aka kwa mu de wa we a utimi enti ɛhɔ so ɛnyɛ kurase sabi kurase kurase yɛ ɛyɛ nkran ha sabi na me kan nye baabi a sɛ baabi a sabi nipa ɛyɛ 120,000 ɛde toba enti sɛ yɛ kɔ 2024 asɛmi yɛ bɛki kan kɔ bɛ 150,000 nipa bɛ toba wɔ potemu na yɛ nyinaa yɛ de ahyɛ adaka baakom na yɛ kata yɛn so ɔwɔ kwa saa tibie mu no me feel say a hard dream and I know say you know ama uncompleted houses so adoso
botiano
nti enso say another security threat no because baby a nipa adan go bebre obiara mpese oba ne dan bi ko oba odan wi a obeba ofie no e ya asem enti nipa no tikroma na osidan na wagya si osa na waboso na si osa enti nkofo na sabi o ona no bia na obedam na yi enti e den se obi su enti atete sempa na me share man bia what almost about 20 years ni na okasa te bia no be si enne now she never be adria I'm saying say yen kasa yenye quota kwan si for my no because the ends like say bia na the ye hwehwe free aban ho no be too much for government to do it nemum say ye wo se si ye de ye betimi akra kwan ne kakra na nya yenkwan ye kwan so baby bebre wo ho nya yenkwan area say botia no kwan baby bebre wo ho am no ka say e wa akra beyond akra say you degrade akra si kwan so krakwa ne kakra man nkofo a ombetimi akofa no ban aba ombetimi efie akwa adwuma asa efie adwuma afie aba e dey ntina ye interchange because ya adwe hu say emere nipa say or traffic you know e ba sa so a mat input ne say ba no ehun fa so say ba ni ye nya ne sa enti say ba ye betimi abo nipa motima ko nnuma so akodi omdwumadi na ban nya hu fa so nipa so nya hu fa so enti ye nya bibi to say interchange ye provide interchange bank of a ombetimi akọ ententem na nkasa bi okọ interchange opokwase a okọ so okokumase a okokumase akọda na nso ye dem say nipa no bi ko okokumase wo besan aba okonsan wo besan aba enti si amena okasa aban eye between ofanko etu pokwase na wo san ye pokwase etu nsamum to ofanko e kan say
to pokwase
no there is 2 lanes or 3 lanes na aban eye wo sisi e a ogusu a ye wo fa ye gu kwan kra den ebi so akasa on be bridge den afa so yeah, almost started so yeah between Pokuase and Nsawum. A chair and Fasudi a quine ediba. And to baby bia will be an said, Net your coat and a bit. I am more being a bia fasograna. Ever stress and potemu quina. Ye German adawa, Bukra qua and our quack of him, no Janica or no antico fee. I shut down wasa. In fact, many nipa unkasa in a drink, not be area and quan. Yes, I'm in Quamito. But me ko kasa nya me kwa me kwana me ka mwasam area ho nyina no ye area ye wo nyina e kwan ba bia ni ho enti ya desre ya desre ya nso mo community watcher mo ye no ye besre se minister in himself ebia say on so mo PF parliament how the MP before MP before asem ni fi no makofa ba on go fa wi so no be dwan me say be ka ho asem enti omu tie ya authority tie ya omo mo yen na ba bia ye no yentiminya sebi akwanye betimi
enye mu trouble kakra aka betima faso eno ana mu hia
se yenya sa mu trouble kakra man na niema mu hia ma aban na afedi wo cheche japade na oman ne won kakra na yenso ye kan bi na fa yegusu kota man be boye anya sa de a ba bia ye wo no se awiabo a sabi ana enchire ni nkuto agodie no se nsu oto a na nchire ho akire no but ewia boso nkuto so ho bekire no ye hono de se ewia ba ye wasem nsu oto a ye wasem
eno so mo wasem
so ko nansi nsu oto ye obi amane nipa komu no enya sam keto obi bisa say na ade na wan kosi udan ba awrade kwa na ede na sese enya ba bi etime si dan bi ede ye de eti atom enti ye sra ban say on program me become program me yele resource bank kasa ntino aban hwe so na assembly na dey kwa dey bi me because I mean timi hu say assembly ho aban hwe no mo wa yin
okay
through feeder rules na minu yin so wa ye chairman da no mo hwe na mo kwakwa na so kakra dey
emfa mamo ebi aka say I think it's a fact say the Ekosiise in parliament is so we request odia to dwani nyina one monitor we initial comment the Ekosiise yet say na fe
obi ma menche tie for na for mfa nche the somebody kaka assembly be the few MPP for na ko fast one ye wo man mu ena enipa wa ban mu ane amanyuko MPP for my TSS
yes
ye nyina no ye TSS COVID ene Ukraine
e de
ahohia ba na sa ahohia ba no aka obi a na aka oman bia wo wiase bia ntino sa ho kira ba ye TSS a obi a TSS na ye ma ban mre na onye nhihye pa ne ntotoye pa e betimi aboa ye free covid no nti aban the covid tax buy ana me wa first kwana bola tax ni ntua aban de buy na se be ya ni nyina aban benya sika de aboa ma oman ne ntotoye ne nhihye ne akoso ye koda ma de chi ya MPP fo ya ni oma ban yankasa nipa because nipa 1 MPP oma na wa ban mu say can owura can ofrata any problem to you know
yes her MPs 80 something
98 or so no
yeah
I'm MPP before sure I'm so owura can ofrata no problem o man mu tie yi ye ni free ho a ye nsi kasam ye bibia be kama ana me bwa na minority for the dey no why minority for nya boni bia ana on say oh ye nyina no ye Ghana for ye share dia musu mu share mu bi ko dia mu ko mi yesu ko mu bi nti sa fa dia ye hu nipa on na ye sabe ye busuofo o man mu na o ma ye ho ntoyen ni esi kasema ye basade a enne ye beboa mo
na moyi no
mu mi ape
ave mo zo munya bio na hu kosam de esi ho na de bai afa de musi munya bio na sa mu beyi ni kura enne ye sa kwa na mba fa so mbeyi no nipa wu wi a ne ye kwa hwem na se tu ne bo wo sika na wo se wo se nipa wuwie na se kwa hwem na se tu ne bo se ka ne wo so wo yeah
purpose mo tene ntimi nsan fa wo ma back to life the woman say wo nti de ekoso enei so obi blame nipa bi obi blame obi a enye the minority because mo man fan sha se mpo na minority for no cry start here no mo ka mo nsem cry mpo de a nka ye betima ka say minority in parliament the eye de omu ye ba ye wo ho na ye nuan ba bonten not just on about Bontico with a press conference. I did chibia near Tom come of videos. I did chibia. And he is saying, no, must say, Chow Moho. Sani Pacroya, must say, Chom, who Neddy SM. I move a trouble now to Metro Bayina. Yen to be young prima in, you know, Nadiaco, if whom president of Kukum, say president in a president, I may say, well, yeah, you must be seen in TV. We are saying we are catching. Assem we. Eh? It's sad because muna maswano adina ko abonten bona mudi karofata ko ana all fa de all fam sesi ayemo enti tu amose mo nto aba no mo justification de ban ana se de oyade se de karofata oyade ana se de Ghana problem no nya karofata enye ono a I'm not sure some money ye. They have not been fair to us. Me ni say baku for pay and beti mama ya call say how I go I don't believe say baku for pay. Say onu kwa na beti mi ama o man onu kwa na waye ade baku a onu kwa na bibia enye right. Na onu yo obi na appoint no. Onu kwa na aye bibia enye right. Obi abi before subana ye you as say. They can blame everybody except themselves. Who tears will be a can oh papa, oh yena, Oja me mammy and cola, and to one shay, now Oja cool, and to one shay and a mamma so, and yes, you can't shay. Now one was who are winning and so dear now, 94.7. One cassa winning, you know. Also, dear now, until he will blame everybody except himself. We young Timin Transin Casa, Nipper Baku for pay. A bit timid your mind, Shabrain Uniting. I could watch that bunting. And I was say or manager bread. I'm not sure. Now until pass it to is here. Ura can ofrata. The Okomi, which is up a Sabako for your Bolivian opa, your Bolivia, your Bolivian number. Maybe the Binidian tea will hold on to position. Media Binidia. Eh, on Yame, because of me, so your media. Kebi angame mo nkakwa na mawoka o
nka wa ko be atena
wa you obi a see what an kodwe no yin America why establish it in life. He's an accomplished businessman.
Yeah.
Our bonne bra as a bus sika wo di bedidi at as for say so come so be wu kwa dia me nya sure so be sre didi da me nya sure me nim na dwimu me nim de ntia e bia wa decide say e opese o ye bibi ma oman ne hu say bia o do de ma oman no ana nam say one day finance minister ne penso and an animation na ma ya ko ahu ye hia bi tie ntine e bia de obi obetima ye bia no opese o ye ma sabe o yi em free sa o ha wo mtina why na dwen say emfa ho le obi beka baby hardly metra so na ma ye madwuma say dey me ye no e bia sa na tie because me nim na dream na me ni nkomo onya madamfo me ben no kan e bi de na jabinim no but na de me nim no sa me ne nya adamfo enti be nko no nko bisa na hwe na mmom de asi na nyina yi ekoso a ahokyira aba oban mu nipa ahohia woto ade na de be kina akọ na ebo na emiensa say na ade ton no akwesa dollar you see on my team obi and say me call program impact program your point na ade asa so man kofu baby na ade kyan makofie cause ade asa me call am so mpacho mo dan ho mo o say an no ofa ni calculator papa na masa na dan e wo no so calculator ben e wo o so me convert it so convert the basem o say me convert dollar na say what do you mean me ti me krom me beto ade a wo convert dollar na wo de amame ato ade o me krom say de benti me mblemu no e ka chere mblemu no because obi ene aban budget e kwa na dollar budget e wo kwa government agencies bi wo ha ko tie sika bi wo e dollar na wo betua how about ye niam e dollar
yes
enti yama ye bibia na de akosha brofonsa so to America Spanish one knows ba I don't know Spanish on first language na brofo on first language yet ye krom ye fa ye kasa anka asem omo parliament is here omo wie abato ya omo be ka brofo wie a omo say obi sin kire mu twi ya je tum say twi kasa and ye say ye first language in this country san ya je tum parliament ya je tum me so ma je tum san je ye mfa ni ye ho community no ye ka ye grow what we eat ye grow what we eat and ye need what we grow who wie dia e be sika sam dia now the bronisika and e de ye ho adwuma and ama ahokire no ye didi ho agro saa ma ahokire bedu ba bia den adu because na ye ma contract kwa na dollar term dollar denomination ye ka ho asam obi ti krum ha say ton asase ama wa si $1 na fa beto asase mi wan so dollar na owi obese to ade okrum say ada na ye ma ho kwan ama ne ma sa den asi ye mamu nti ahaw na ye wo no enye nra da na how no start you me hu say de na ye nuana bibi voka no na omo say ye pam kan over e che say ye how no precede kind of rata ye nshisha ye wo mamu no ye ti kroimu two from a good year apart from say na no ye can good for oil now gold na we gold na say of oil na we gold na we Gavin reserve again guase
so afi no person mo build
afi ne person build nti am say problem no enye nne start here the problem no nye say ye ti o mamu 60 years and over ya an independent country ya de ye ho free obi nsem afama gudi e wo ye mamu no ye ni bi kura ho afi ne ya dwen ho say ye mra na ye nya fama gudi a ya je na ban na de akoto ne ma ba o man ma ye nya so fa so wa ho sa asem we ye kan wasem ya o man te se Ghana na ye twa ye ni ana ya ko bremu ba ko fo se wo na wa man hihye pa bia nkoso en hihye pa no ye de tutu fam ana ye totwene no nye nne ache ye hihye ache na me no ko school no se o kan brofo o ka twi school ma ye bo wa na mbo o mother tongue de o ma me ba o free no o kan ne kasa o school a ashe mrase ye mo nyansa wo ka she me nyansa be no wo kura o tim no ashe mrase wo ko school na wo kan wo krom kasa o school a ye mo this is slaves man abrofo a eno ano no because ye nhihye ye da ho nyina kire se ya ye agye to se ye nkoa na ye sum abrofo wo kwa what America dia no mdisi dan nye nua enua simba wo timba hoda ye timba na e wo he ye timba na e wo he enua no mdisi dan o hwe omo kakraka omo population dan omo wo enu omo kuru akase omo di enua na si dan wo kuro no mu ye na ye wo kwaye a ye de nsa odo nsa to dua kra se ye ntwenhia no dia na disi dan kuro ma se ene ko pedua kra to ya asem man for started in nade na e bo mu dan so emafo e de nade e na e bo dan so ende nti ye hawo no je se ye gitu mu se ye wo hawo ye nyintu mu me ade a ban we ya ya me ntu o ma se o mo person be jim fo so atum se oh yes e wo mu se we ni we hardwin and so ye gitum say ne bi wo so den
Asempa FM
on yema kwan bia den anamo bia etu
94.7
tia because typical Ghanaian omblemu ne hoda bebremu bia nti aban tam bia no o kan we na 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 mum before ye betime free o ha mu this aban ne gimfo nsuo bia den etum na afi o tu no nsa frɛ ɔman ma nyamonyosɛm ɛyɛ ɔman asɛm nyam pipi asɛm nyam disi asɛm ɛyɛ ɔman asɛm ɔman mai baabi ɛduru nie how abani you can choose to hate President Akufo-Addo anasa obɛdɔ no how ayɛ wɔn ani momra ne yɛn to kɛsɛ yɛn kasa yɛn nsa woso na yɛn hwɛ deɛ bɛyɛ a ɛbɛtumi free baabi ɛwɔ because affect obiara wokɔta deɛ yɛmisa ndc yɛmisa npp yɛmisa obiara baabi ɛduru atɔ da na me tiwa na yɛ me ya na me bisa sɛ President Akufo-Addo adan na wama ho kwan ama eniema du baabi aduru anɛ wani mo nyam yɛde twitwi fam saa hwɛ I salute President Akufo I salute President Mahama President Mills anyame mfa ne kransie President Rollins any obi obedi man so no doubt say President Akufo-Addo dwuma wa ye no ɛso kyɛn obiara
in the Fourth Republic.
Me na me catch it all. Go around. Won't say I want you. Won't you can? Won't you? Won't you know? Won't you can? You pay. But I'm saying that you can't do my why here. And get to it because the entire President Akufo-Addo make can answer. At that time, obey a president. 9 years, Sikana and to say no. See, the wrong some and the check the draw bit money at the eye. President Akufo-Addo I do my pa. Then so President D. Yen sachayo what's it mean yet? Oh, what's it mean yet? If we are seeing the penny now can reshuffle, including excluding himself. Ghana for you wrong, apart from Kwan. President Akufo-Addo Kwan in him say, what CSS said, reshuffle no, who in here at this time? A man net 40 years of struggling in fear 9. Our don't mind. I assume ne mind. A person will be deal mine, so a war mine, my dear woman, appear their ball mine. Namia and a drum never track on your so. Or buy why I dear Bakwan. O be a bit about Akufo-Addo. Some penasem. Then so Ghana need be a high school under him, under his presidency. Senior high school.
Asempa FM.
A bit mama challenges or hold here. Niama bebre o ha yebetima sanam na yi nanso eda ya abakose mu kire se ne penso otima magana fo ama e secondary school na ko school wo de memfa bibia anka ho bi ana hwede owura na chamante ne one district one factory atini o man mu you can say abia no challenges any ho nanso sa papa ya o na ne otimi ko ba bi na ye huru no eni kwan se basa bibi anye bibi something is wrong. Something is wrong. Your Excellency, Mr. President, with all due respect, ahobrasiemu ebuoni ani diem na me ma say tenase na twa wani hwewachi bunkompon ko hwewachi na niam bi enkoye niam bi achia because obi na no me hu say na mo dey to Facebook say 2 years ni na ye to aba me wa na
yeah
say more opportunity of to aba me say top na na do for the video me say top no I will still vote for him. Me to aba man 2020 me say to aba man bi. That's why the challenge.
So aba be jina
me nam catch say ga wo
opportunity say emrama kwan mo jina
kwan hu bie say ka kwan bie say ko betima aba jina ato am ya to aba man so enka me enra me wie program na me ko sister program na me wie na nkofo bi say eh na Charles ade MPP for dia ye pa ni di o me di wani
Asempa FM
and I support ya support ni atema ye di pa na or that support him. It is not about MPP. It is about Ghana. Ayo man asem. Nya MPP asem o. Ayo man Ghana asem. Na do every free education. O man ba bia nya ho mfaso.
Yeah.
Ne de oba bia ye papa bia no me nya so mfaso bi. Enti nya de obi aye me. Aye me ya. Enho asem. Ani nyina ka brabo no. Atoda nyame makwan ma nipa ye nimo mo ye dom. ɛda musu ni omo ban adi ɛwɔ niema kwan bi so saa asɛm a sisi ye kɔ so nyina no ama mahu nipa bi ama mahu kwan mafa nipa bɛrɛ nante ɛno no nkyerɛ sɛ me tan aban no nim nipa na de minim sɛ yɛ nokora no mentwa atro ɛwɔ ho mentwa atro ho obi niema kakra bi ana sɛ owura akufo alo wɔtena se ɔmum kompɔn hwɛ n'akyi ɛwɔ kyerɛ sɛ mo nka ba bi free ba na yentoto papa yi na the bear me then say obetimi attending niema around situation around na obe exit as president no dey munyam ebeko is our bread to become president of this country oba yeso wa demonstrating ne do for wodima or mine Ghana. No doubt, obi abetimi so obi a the open answer.
Yeah.
Somebody may say the okay na kra nyanside in you are entitled to your opinion. Ghana dey say atemi dey ye na edi kan o Ghana ewiase. E be di watema ma bi be kan ma me papa kra dey e ofie. Na mbom the Ekosiise afutu kakra mbesa me kan say enye we na betima solve your problem. Nye ken ofrata be ko ana won ko de be solve your problem. Agisi ye nya akoma ba ko no odo. Na ye ka no kro kire ye ho ye ho. Aban ni hiaso ka no krekere o man ma hiaso ka no krekere aban na yetimi di sa no kredie no eye adwum an ne betimi ama ya free ya hawa ye wo mi because obi se si aya ye parliamentarians ye Ekosiise o mo constituency for o mo bre o consider ben ani ye ben de ye we nti bi de America si nyina na say we have a country as I see ye suma manyiku ye suma man Nemum yensuma manyuko. Yesum oman na yensuma manyuko. Say aju se besom Ghana de yekomi ebefrim. Bedase.
Amen so me na say Reverend Charles Owusu na moten nka Ekosiise so ni Asempa 94.7 FM nti mo a mo hwe o Facebook and afa YouTube no mo be hu say vote na Ekosiise in parliament no and echegu no nti you would see minority members are omono aka ewo house hono na ye frɛ one by one ma will be to na ba we secret ballot nti eno ne de Ekosiise mind you say the constitution is clear say for the vote for censure not to succeed it was say 2/3 of members of parliament voted for. And that is where the real difficulty is. You see, majority members no a stage walk out no, meaning say minority for ni na e vote for mpa and likely say ombetime meet our constitutional injunction no of 2/3. But the process still has to go through. Into another day, omo go through CCA. Say sharing on Facebook or sharing on YouTube. You would see we live videos from Parliament as we speak. Meji honorable IP adventure bansana no Nova Plaster say open plaster boards and ato for ufie and as a project be a woye. Open say we renovation wo fie wo office na wonya modern ceiling e wo fie and as a wo officer please look no further than Nova Plaster Ceiling Systems. Ye wo large stock of plaster boards yakra every Europe e de aba ye plaster boards no e water resistant nsuo e bonus set den solid a jakra a fire resistant and so na say heat resistant in motion and so my your science supply cement board acoustic ceilings POP cement corner mold 3D PVC wall panels your galvanized profiles and all fixing accessories and so you will be with Nova Plaster. You know, a contractor and a wood team, we a homeowner, we a architect, a school, we a wholesaler. Now per special offer, Oba Nova Plaster. Yebemos a special offer. You watch Chimota new overhead, opposite Kantanka showroom, and a community 25 junction, our Dawinya Road, this one's your sign, our branch, our Nova Plaster, our 0505 598 406. 0505 598 406 and a 0266805827. Nova Plaster Ceiling Systems, Home Decor, Papa Ifie. My Life Insurance Company Limited and so the My Way Insurance aba na My Way Insurance no amount 15,500 Ghana cedis cover plus critical illness and hospitalization benefit. Na ubetimi anya life insurance while saving your money on My Way. Just dial *165# *165# on your MTN and follow the prompts to register now. For help on how to register, friend number is here 0242 439 999. Send my way, Kase, no way. Now, healthy health organic product and so the healthy man capsules abadwa so medro healthy lady capsules so ma edra boas yes ma papa healthy G in so when you're sexually transmitted disease gonorrhea syphilis bilharzia ni nyina unya healthy G ya etu ase ojo so oti burning sensation and the pains unya bia ebeboa your healthy lax and so also suffer from constipation ama wofu ahye amaman ewo mu koko na ha osisi ena ye wo ya healthy lax near dre wasa wonam ni nyina ye product from Healthy Health Limited. Omo number is 0594 422 921. Mo amope mobile phones ato mobile phones papa edin ba kope Franco Trading Enterprise NAE. You sign the smart TVs about tabletop fridges, Franco air conditions, then you know biato, or Franco Trading Enterprise phones, Nedia, say Nokia, Samsung, iPhones, papa quality. A bonus so you sign at it so kama. Ain't Oko Franco your branches in Yanara, Ubenya be etumi ato. Mem picking number bia online say a Franco Trading Enterprise number me pacho. So person Franco din komo said they buy scammers enkonkwaji usika any number was a free ni 0246 422 338 0246 422 338. Now only one in common Franco Trading Enterprise or still phone papa if ye anyhow answer na honorable I pay ebebemuno mesrem adofo say muntie we sima mienu ye ba honorable I pay ebekasa
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone papa fie Samsung nie Nokia nie iPhone nie say your printers or mobile phone accessories Franco Trading Enterprise afa ono ani TV aye this satellite any ultra panels abomuma
Facebook say uko Franco Trading Enterprise page na say likes number 100,000 eyomwa eni omunidwa saso na www.francotrading.com Android app Franco Trading Instagram @Franco Trading na nipa body for dosunti Franco e the momo pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the bebre wagana baby nemum head office on the Twaya Dabraka opposite Roxy Cinema.
Tema Franco will Community 1 waterworks ne dia nimre cycle opposite Odor Rise Madina 100 meters away from the police station Kaswa Franco opposite Kaswa Polyclinic
and our prayer number is 0246 422 338 and 0546 188 Franco Trading Enterprise still phone papa fie and you're not going.
We wish you a Merry Christmas week.
Hey, brand new. No, when you my serious.
Papa manusu on my account mu basa. She say see amanigram so die. Akwa miensa na ebetunya fa so manus ke fra brochu.
Alla Bonsu. Mame mo.
Say manus ka fa manigram so a. Utimi yi no bank direct and no ne cash pickup no. Abroche fon so timi maniska to my account mu straight. Ne me hia na me ATM card. Na ne edu twam kra ne say. Me sabetimi akasika fa me mobile money wallet no mu bias.
Abozege.
We 3-in-1 don komi anka. And a manigram day, bro. Sell lending, America, German, and now my member 200. Or therefore, bet you my new scout to bank accounts direct, and now mobile money wallet to straight. Oh, boy, when ya how MoneyGrams cannot be so cool. What bank beer benwo? MoneyGram, bringing you closer.
To believe in you. We are changing, so should you. If you're dreaming, don't be afraid. And in the valleys, keep your head up high. Got to dream with Puma drinks. Puma, yeah. Believe it, you can achieve. Puma, oh yeah. Clap your hands for the whole new vibe. Make we set the place on fire. Oh yeah, come alive. Puma drinks, a whole new vibe. Another quality product from Casa Precon.
This advert is FDA approved.
Have
Have you tested for HIV? I have. I know many people shy away from taking an HIV test, mainly because they are afraid of the results. Certainly, knowing that you are HIV negative or positive is better than not knowing what your HIV status is. If your HIV test comes out positive, it means you should start treatment to keep you healthy. But if it is negative, then you can adapt practices to ensure that you remain negative. HIV testing is free and you can get a test done at a clinic, hospital, or any accredited health facility. And within the next 10 minutes, you will know your results. The provider will cancel you before and after the result is disclosed to you. You don't have to be afraid of someone else getting to know your HIV status. The healthcare provider is trained to be discreet. If you take the test, you find out that it is nothing to be afraid of. The important thing is now you know what to do to protect your health and that of your loved ones. So go on and take the HIV test now and go along with your partner, a friend, or family member. That is the right thing to do.
This message is brought to you by Ghana AIDS Commission.
It's me pan and me kita mi amike. Ecobank me damase.
Shy, cow the new.
Osei Ecobank, ye cruising.
Bonsu bet me a cruise wankasa ukem. Esani Ecobank Auto Finance Package inti. Kwa yen cardless ahudu PI no ye adwuma bebia. Ye ka eda wakoma so. Say ye new car, say ye second hand. Ehwa ye mouse special discounts. Ecobank side nhihye pa be boa mo etua ka no kanyina. Ye mouse interest rate ani boa from cry. Ebe brim weni so. Oh, so when your accounts work bank and money how cry. Sa kwenye ye da homo bia. Entien so sa ka no ho da ekeke. Abebu awie. Preto free 0800 003 225. Anasa kwa Ecobank nkrabata bebia nebusa Ecobank Auto Finance Package. Ehihye kakra wo ho. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Sabol bombre Samsung ni se wuti na park ni so menos un stress wuti mi agro ibi. Anything at Samsung, they actually been bro. Our passion our game promo imu. And maybe our better Samsung Galaxy A23, A13, and our A04 series. No, you bet your jerseys, water bottles, then you might be qua. You start to TVs, fridges, air conditioners, the washing machines. When you now to say who now, my own sweat me diacrony be. So I'm on here and I Samsung store and our authorized dealer Ben free 18th November, copy 18th December. So nyum tiatiam nanti when he free a great can copy say berry. If you say Samsung say ball body and pay the ankasa. You did it. I said, shake a crown.
Feeling sad. Only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa FM. Asempa FM. 94.7. Asempa FM. Oh yeah, do papa. Asempa FM. Everywhere you are. Asempa FM. Everywhere you go. Asempa. Hey. Asempa. Hey. All talk all day. Muntie oh. Asempa. Ubetin sem papa. Nya upe biara. Asempa FM. Station bakupe. Asempa. Wo fie. Asempa. Wo jumemu. Asempa. Baby wo biara. Asempa FM. Asempa FM. 94.7.
94.7 Asempa FM. Ekosiisen On Asempa no wasugo so awutie no ma yena mo ase. The same ma munyina akwa babie o. Ede moba dwumadie yi eso. In 10 minutes time it will be 6 p.m. Honorable Aipe, former MP Ayenso and constituency. Sanso and Reverend Charles Owusu, a social commentator and formerly with the Forestry Commission as the man in charge of operations. Na means reading the Osei Bonsu. Na Ewasanka Honorable Oklite Taylor Bibabekan about for obvious reasons. Vote na yekoso in Parliament in Tino Untumi MI because he's a sitting member of Parliament. I also on the minority side because majority for na stage walk out. Minority for no na eto abano and kase ade clerks no kind ballot no matter abana ama omugusu omo kind yebehwe say minority members ni nyina no mo ye present ana no mo ana ye present ni ye saying a true for the motion and emu saying so they vote against the motion. All of that will be coming up in a moment. Say omu wi the details no ebebremo Honorable Ipe, you've been in Parliament while Parliament at chair where you're quite novel because you ensure that invoke that provision in the Constitution to successfully go through a motion for vote of censure against any minister of state. Where your first time? It was saying from the way
a vote in the question the able to me I can see. What our results never banned
sure,
because you must get 2/3 of members of Parliament
to vote for.
And our Parliament, minority for now to this year, they are less than half.
Sure,
the total.
In the money now voting for crime,
okay, baby. A beam, Abana water no. It not can be said minya committee reports and being can here. Since the Parliament, who say to Abasa, we vote to adopt a committee's report.
Sure.
What is the content of the report? Report, I can say, yenyi.
From debate, course, two co-chairs, were given the opportunity to speak into Honorable Ketiamon Kasai and Dominic Aine Kasai. The consensus, I think, and they said the committee did not make any recommendations.
Exactly.
Or any recommendations.
Are we voting on the committee report? And I say, advert committee, advice speaker, based on the committee, advice. Speaker, I make you propose and I say motion be a to say about it. Who been here see a minority funibi, and I say, officials in our Parliament, and you be so was dang about what was it? On say, yeah, the committee report about. Committee never can say be a yengi minister. That's the position of the committee. Now, ya to shaba. Just adopt the committee's report. And as a koba say a pie, a family say, then the speaker will based on advice from the committee in a debate about question idea no casting vote on the decision of the committee. But say someone adopt a report and reporting get specific say on and as on. So what is it? You hear more clarification from there. Mitia minia chasousi. Say or can't seminar at the end no make us say or contradiction. Contradiction a woman say Osei on a majority MPs 98 bina war quiet press conference can see finance minister Enkono on well, in some more kind of yes, Anna majority MPs in the patch say or how I Ghana you could see Ubia him say a COVID and so say a buy and the Ukraine war now ama petrol and now petroleum products no akosoro 94.7 and how no aba Ubia on fast born and more finance minister specifically. Now, we see sa MPCR with president and sa finance minister. One someone said, "What constituency? Constituency for be perception over there. Constituency, no perception na umukita about finance minister and the industry players. Now, where financial industry, no players never money be one perception say as a minister we are pencil and as how no abba into the perception about him no say." Uncle into a president and Ensasano. I say, be a me host to Ekosiisen programming. nipa nyina je to mo say listenership me can say Asempa ko akofam problem no mfi I pay the host but amount for say na penso and na listenership adrop nti yemfa obi mra na program ni a very good program presenter ni equally good but the perception around him no yes son ni say personality for betra ho the perception will change asama mo kan no obia mfa so bo emo anya finance minister and a can say Ukraine no Russia from Koko. And then finance minister and a generative virus be say remember we are seeing in anya ding. Ni him say na yakoso ye kan news ye ti na yakoso e we are seeing na. Yahu baby a finance ministers and governors of various central banks be agas okay ni aba no emfi de na so ma pension na aba amanfo e de mo sa tretrem sa de amatwe me ko kakra. Sana wakaning na nia wogina so wasan kan biem ni say yakasi president and sister finance minister na no nkyere say for criminal charges fa bono na kwa yes yankoto so aba ni yanyentom say ampa finance minister no we criminal inti yayi no you see work out na se chene no because let us get the report because ni amatete ene ni amahu ena committee ne ye asete no nsem bia ye te no wo ye ya the allegations be on level against the finance minister are criminal charges, conflict of interest. It is a one ye nyine wo party ba kum ya appoint ba kwa as a finance minister amanfo kan nsem bia fa no ho perception around him ni yes president sanema yenga na no chese so bi kokasi or ye criminal ni ye support say nipa no. Knowing very well, sir, finance minister, I mean, so one criminal. Meaning so I don't mean so I indulge in the conflict of interest. That's a me MP. Now me just say the perception me call constituency no in somebody pack on home in that players no obi kura wo dollars bia opeso be invest in system ni man oh at the perception out there say oh papa we oh we go your investment it is san no obi mra na no chese so be for focus or a criminal na me ni evidence bia say we indulge in the conflict of interest na me ko support say the para ko to abade yi no that is the position of the majority yan case we a criminal. Majority for say one case were indulging the conflict of interest. Well, Kasa sample allegation or the Morocco committee, no, they couldn't get any evidence to substantiate it. In Argentina, yeah, Quaco supporto, as I don't know. Self majority for the one who shame no what to a belly be pet reporter about say perception as I agree on the paper. Oh, see a kind. No only majority for no crazy where you criminal. Once a long abua and me out to abandon. So near majority I can say. You can't say finance minister wa kwedi dream ya kan say finance minister wa kwedi conflict of interest yanga na ya so atoto fam na ya constituency ni be ni ya akasa en yanga steady na ya koso na ya say president since no for be for mra na ya hwe say nipa perception around the personality no
okay me patrol me ba the question you asked about what the voting was for speaker delivered a ruling after the voting no yentie ye ba na what was
the vote of censure, which as you know according to the article is a secret vote which you have done and that has a percentage that was supported. So the first vote is to be taken on the motion number 21, which will be a voice vote. Those in favor of the motion number 21 on the order paper at page 16, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The vote is agreed upon. So the report of the committee, that is the ad hoc committee, has accordingly been adopted. And now put the question on the motion that was moved by the minority leader and seconded by the minority chief whip, which is what resolved in the resolution. And so the resolution reads as follows. Whereas, by the provisions of Article 82 of the Constitution and Orders 106 and 108 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, this House hereby resolves as follows. To pass a vote of censure on the minister responsible for finance. Those in favor after the secret vote is 136. Those against, 0. Abstentions. Now, in accordance with Article 82(1), which reads, Parliament may, by a resolution supported by the votes of not less than 2/3 of all the members of Parliament, pass a vote of censure on a Minister of State. Following the terms of Article 82(1), the vote is accordingly lost. Honorable members,
Asempa FM 94.7.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much and indulge you and make it for the purpose of the record and for the purpose of posterity. You have guided this House so well, at least in the novelty of a watershed in the exercise of the mandate of Parliament when it comes to parliamentary oversight. But Mr. Speaker, few lessons for the future. One, Mr. Speaker, the report that we have adopted failed to make a finding of facts and to make recommendations. Probably into the future. I know that is not your wish. In the interest of openness and accountability, a committee of that stature appointed by you must be able to relate the words of those alleging against those who want proof, so that the committee must make a finding of fact so that they can make appropriate recommendations. Because, Mr. Speaker, if I peruse your committee's report, this is just for the record. For instance, on the vexed issue of conflict of interest, with borders on unethical behavior, which the Constitution of 1992 frowns upon, doesn't it lie within the powers of Parliament, as observed by Professor Prempe of CDD, that at least the committee can probe further? I mean, if we say that people have benefited, the only way to know they have benefited is to know who issued which bond when, who were the bond holders, book holders, who got what. We will know the entities, and if the entities are related to persons in authority, appropriate recommendations be made thereof. Even though one can only agree with the committee when they say that we have no jurisdiction. Yes, we do not have. The jurisdiction lies within the Ombudsman of Shiraj, created under the same 1992 Constitution. But, Mr. Speaker, as you observe 104 imposes a burden on Parliament when a committee is asked to investigate. The committee should not be in a haste to conclude its work. After all, many of the issues we have raised, you can probe further. For instance, the picture we've shown of Cathedral. At least next time, the committee should be able to go to the site and come back. Because in all this, Mr. Speaker, we want Ghanaians to have value for money, for the taxpayers' money. But I cannot thank you but recognize that history will remember you, that this was your contribution to the exercise of parliamentary oversight, to hold the executive accountable, especially when you have a president I will not reshuffle. some other institution or authority must do the reshuffle on his behalf. We have sent a clear signal to him that we have passed a vote of no confidence on the minister because there is true hardship. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, if they had not worked out and honored their earlier promise, they would have been saving this country. Because, Mr. Speaker, where we are, the country is in life support. What we have done is to give it some oxygen for the next few days. That may not be enough to the unknown world. So, Mr. Speaker, this will be your contribution for the. We will remember you that at least we moved a vote of censure, recognized by Article 82. We'll walk through the process, and I'm sure tomorrow people will know that this parliament can hold them accountable. But for the majority walkout, we leave them to the Ghanaian people who stood strong with them in their times of hardships and in their times of need, that they abandon them because they simply don't care. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Asempa FM 94.7.
Honorable members, one of our senior statesmen, actually I will refer to him as elder statesman, told me a story. Now when they were in school, a gentleman used to visit them, and whilst walking on the street, he would be repeating one statement. I quote, "If you don't die early, you will see things. If you don't die early, you will see things." I've been praying to God to allow me not to die early so that I can see things. I am not yet old, but I have started seeing things. With this, I will proceed to adjourn the House. The House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM. So ni Ekosiisen Jumedi no asugusu awuti nti. We've come to the end of the whole motion for censure. A vote of censure on the finance minister. Obekaya proponents no 4 members of the minority, including the minority leader. And omudi motion they call a speaker Ejitumu ST committee, an ad hoc committee say omunkohwehwem, you know, na omunfa won report emra committee ni ye won adwuma. Unfortunately, which committee report now they only stated the fact as presented before them. Na omo anye findings bia and continue anye recommendations. Nti eba you know na e was a speaker is subjecting to debate, you know, on the other plenary into my debate no ewie and a course speaker be put a question for the adoption of the report, and the report was duly adopted. Now Fede was say omo e move to the next leg where they vote proper on the motion for censure. Article 82 of the Constitution so clear says so be successful on the motion of censure. I will say not less than 2/3 a vote for. And clearly, majority members ne walk out. Omo 137 plus independent candidate, obviously. Now 138. And minority members, you see, Omaka 136 because Asen North MP no is out. In the Omaya 136, all the 136 members were present. Omunina voted for. But unfortunately, Omontimi meet the threshold that Constitution has set. And the Speaker can say the vote is accordingly lost. Not just the motion for a vote of censure. Sanka a successful meaning Sanka Parliament and recognize a kind of a bill. Say or a minister in charge of finance. The president would have to decide. So be and I say when Untimi fa bibia enko parliament a parliament be recognized. That is the effect of a successful vote of censure. And the baby was here and not just a minority for motion a failure, but the majority members staged a walkout. Honorable IP.
Yeah. Baby na me can see voting they are voting on what? We have two voting so
sure.
First vote near voice vote.
Yeah,
and
to adopt
vote on the report.
Yes.
They are not adopting report. And a second vote a motion now minority leader move.
Yes.
And the first year Kasame can say they were voting. Are they voting on the report? Yes. Now I'm vote to secret ballots and voting on the motion moved by the minority leader.
Sure.
Until I'm fairly because to me 2 tests of members of parliament. We say young standing orders need be also members of parliament present and voting. But we the members of parliament nti MPs ni nyina na we say koto aba na what to we nya kra no I say 2 tests of members of parliament.
Vote yes.
Vote yes.
What can say? I mean, contradiction. Man, Tiasia.
No, I'm not contradicting. What can you see? No, what can you see? Your friend, majority MPs, no.
Yes.
SC, finance minister, no. On the one Ghana, Yako, Nyanya financial crisis, into president, and Sasano. Now, make you say, and yes, na majority MPs in the Eka. Yen get to myself financial crisis, Ayaku, Russia, Ukraine war, and the COVID, as soon as I say, and I didn't have and a majority MPs 98 or so now, press conference, they accept this. No more can say. What call Omuka now from the industrial players need because I say amount for no faults and shut down more finance minister about perception around the personality no na amount for confidence our economy no into president and Sano Emma one can guess it where you're conflict. One can say we conflict of interest. One can say we dream. One can say, but share near NDC for eco presenting a committee and one motion in was 1 conflict of interest, 2 manage economy 3 we dream. Sanya Maya on boss in Nema majority in Yenton. And yeah, no call for president to change it, but baby, I'm making some conflicts. No one say, what can't say when the majority MPs near a press conference near Yadron? They added up, say, what's the president to say? Oh, yeah, shuffle on the sign. Then you were pleading with the president. That's a one majority MPs now. Once who were president, Epanicho, a press conference say, on your shuffle, not give it to me. On the finance minister. That's what we are getting. No. That's why we ended it.
Almost specific. Say Nipa we and a president and son.
But what what can I say? What can you say? President was son ontie Nipa nyina ka bi ontie ni why adwuma na mumu no adeba and say
and reshuffle.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I don't know a specific individual.
No, specific individual.
General reshuffle.
Ghana man what you president ko biana
obiara or call for reshuffle 1 or 2 people be unim ebia wona wanya akukuduru anka sanya majority MPs no a press conference what kind ebia wanya akukuduru sa.
No, but the call for reshuffle no I don't think just for one or two specific individuals.
I know, but on any so kind of kwara oni mo no kuma mo pefe say on majority MPs ni ya adwene say anka president is a finance minister dem I could do where nyanka anytime go say at the tail end of his presentation on the majority MPs na wa kiso no e ya adwene
omo dey different
there be ana nia wo kan so majority MPs na press conference ni also o man kan be bia da say finance minister a conflict of interest.
Oh, I never said that.
No, man kasa.
Man kasa. But one kasa about Osei. Ti no kan no Osei. Won ankoto aba no. And I'm saying nti won ankoto aba no say motion ni say
I agree with you.
Motion ni say finance minister dream. Motion ni say finance minister managing.
They don't want to be part of that.
No, majority for anya sa na yaka. Nti say sa na mo kan dia ya na mo nya adwene.
Okay.
That is the position of the majority MPs.
How can I honorable me no nje chinje. Sana omo kana. Me no omo ni problem bia. Me dey am start here and say. Penifo asem ni fi. Ani yakofa asem aba. Well, be an minority for crowd from Canada.
From the information and what they say. And Sana's press conference, baby. Now, minority MPs I started drafting motion way long ago.
Yeah, but you also know, sir, because we live and I say we operate a political economy. No? Sometimes, no, near being so Emma oxygen. To a certain fire.
I agree.
Ain't it clearly in that press conference, by the majority?
Yes,
the timing was right for the minority to move. Of course.
In some way.
Of course.
But maybe point in this, we sa majority MPs na press conference and the kind. Now we see in some of our motion. There's no way I'm support that motion because that is not their position. Yeah. That wasn't their position.
I have no problem with that.
But our position, they say, our constituent, second of Oriata Ankwa and Yadi Ombetwaba Ediama MPs and they will lose their seats. They said that in the press conference.
But woman can say constituency ni say why conflict of interest. Woman can say constituency ni say why mismanage economy.
Sure.
Woman can say constituency ni say why dream. Na mumu no say the perception around that personality of JD as a president sana a bit building confidence in the economy. That me be able to make the colonial to community ni ma o asemasi. Why na which na be that say hey on fine so when you maybe the way you live in the community, the way you talk, it's a perception. And your perception na say be no kware. Nso you bet me the atarwa MPC with me yes the papa kasam ba kwa to so sa asem no so ente sa na afei ni page na so de ato abetia ye to abetia wa pe na afei de amanfo to sara semesi na yes anoti o wa no ngam ye ato abetia ni no anyu ho it is happening in Nigeria as we sit
ba nye no so ntina
mekoye project wa ye pe onim ho hwe
yeah
me de we kwa wa ye pe anyu onim ho hwe me ye we outside afei me fi ho no sa niama na metumi lobby eba me kai say Kota Senior High School no money bus o money pick up edu exam so kra na metumi de me pick up Emma school no and what the transfer exams papers wasi and na me force ya na government dey pickups e buy na me ko na po minister
education minister at the time
so I pay to my boy Kota Senior well nim ho sha abang no che buses pickups no nya be fine and they do so be che buses and also me dey let the me force ya me no po kasa ya ro so nya hwe Kota momo ba ko Kota nya buses so ya abang no che buses MPB akwa no ho a ebenya me say you man kan me feel so na abang dey buses buy no watch already my request for enum senior high school enum papa senior high school ya che bus enum papa me enya bus ni bi and one of my supporters in the Kotoyan platform so abang che buses school bi e school bi enya bi adenti na enum papa me enya bi and I say I pay ni ho nti and ho enya bi ana nti afo be hu say nipa no be hu say ampa sena papa ye enya lucky ni ye enya abang no pay ngasem dododo and onya biribi o ma yen bi na mo obi na okwasere and all twa bang adwini sisu say yenso ye wa ha yenso ade a wo chei yenya
but this is a good point but honorable unyi say enunti na MPs amonomo live this experience this reality why would MPs based on perception to also demand the sack of the finance minister
nti a okasa ne say perception yenim say enye perception ya na ya correct but perception to aba That's why I lost my seat. We better catch you say perception. And to Abanobwa. It's na our index we say corruption perception index.
Yes.
It even my say index we ba point. Yes, aban no corrupt. Nso no nya corrupt. One addressing ye, no one chechire mu ye, no one asesa ne ma bi. Ma manfo na adwena ma say oh we crowd this perception krom kan sent sa. Into perception index we ba countries bi kwa to me charge minister bi ni na kokko ni investigate no the say na ye charge finance minister course rights commission for human rights and justice ye free me na a clear perception one clear now talk so it's just a perception, don't mind them, you lose your seat. And that's what I did. Oh me will be a man on son na ye one local stations no if I
community announcement centers no
I pay community and I'm to a man. Why they make chairman? Me, what shall son would be chairman and Miss Millions? The chairman said, no, pa, you pay now. Me, most of one of Wabo now. Nah, I used to think you want one shall address the issue now. What back when I'm over going sending knock on. So now some crowd won't be that.
Local politics.
And suddenly, into Obi a perception on to Abano Obwa. Into Anna, the perception around the man, he's not corrupt. He hasn't indulged in the conflict of interest. So conflict of interest issue no. Me my parliament for 12 years. Mbra na kwamnado for doctor honorable or finance
minister.
Na some transaction advisors ayenya most of our loans no na Unibank and a time. Na Unibank. Set up by me name the company. But we are then finance minister no the interest or a link to it. But see, I can't make a say, see, I had a charge conflict of interest out. Politician be no about conflict of interest. Because say law this say you better take a final decision to award the contract. Say be a quack loan way. Company ban your person a transitional advisor. Transactional advisor, sorry. Now see the Bama data bank. Yeah, be better take a final decision. Now finance minister can say, oh, so company way data bank me or interest room into me patch or my sorry, mun take a decision we are member. So I take a decision we know about crap.
Asempa FM 94.
Ain't me a man say I don't say be change law. And yes, I we hang people for nothing. Ain't near ye can say. Now, yes, a perception into Yansa San will be against where you're coming into a big book. Now, go support to say, Pana.
I know you're drinking.
As a for
the majority from young one position.
Obi, anyone knows airport.
Airport, and I make a sign here with your airport. Let me see a debt exchange.
We have to wrap up time.
Okay, wrap up. Wrap up.
Next week, Adrian Mendes for Ecotoba.
In fact, I started this weekend.
Yes.
Youth ni Emadi.
Yes, men go for 94. And this crowd moja na big kakao mi. Nti aja NDC4 I don't say oh BP ni I mean go for NDC4. Ye ka say me endorsement e come chairman of Osu Ampofo.
For
elder back
for national chairman.
Are you elder in Tiana and also your sofona?
Sir, and also you will be interested.
Of course, me interested no. Why elder?
Oh yeah, then I will suffer.
No, suffer. Yeah. Me respect Pentecost elders, you know. Before I wait me, I do that level. What is our suffer, Pepe?
Sure.
Because from even before to become a deacon, and so we move from deacon to elder.
Actually, in fact, so what can elder or Pentecost? It is a catechist.
Yeah, catechist. Yes,
sure.
And
especially the presiding elders.
I know for some buffer. Sharp.
But then your elder for you to know what you tape will be. I want you to be
perception.
We didn't have perception. See a voice. As we say a better voice. No perception. And they are young one car.
But yeah, we show them say Yanko Pon Yomo.
But elders now I won't say you.
They said you had when say about the 2024 there. Still ano Sunsum.
Oh, okay.
But Eddie and from the somewhere. Na elder of Zampofo party for Kotoba, among Kaise, or no, any PJ NDC4 members of parliament. I think for 106 to 137. And next say even people for as NDC4 Casano, ono na ama party na ne party na aye
general secretary the day-to-day administrator of the party no
enyo
no the general secretary of the party no performs the day-to-day administration of the party no the
leader of the party is the national chairman.
Okay, you can say for opposition leader of the party
the national chairman.
But the performance
and this is leader of the party no ma kotoba anko yi on be blame no say o maka say o mantima o vote what can quality on votes you say for example I don't know omunya small seat of parliament there and you for example and I believe that wama party no I akono because we have member of parliament and the AC kura no say na come number 106 anka nkom kura anka sa di we kan kom pija ho so dey enfamba but because of 137 you know mtimi dey omyenti party for enkai no yes me amini o tukono Dr. Peter Obuama o tukono was some party na chair I deputy general secretary for Briankasa o he no media mo efemu be bia fa bia o tenenka wa bre
Dr. Peter Boa.
Yes. Yes, I didn't quite know Jua and quite know a show. I'm confirmed some of them Sabatum. A Jua was some country will be a fan country. So, you know. Wabre Penny for the apple time and a fino. Unchiso boom. Yeah, I couldn't a organizer.
Chief Binding.
Chief Binding.
Yeah.
A branch
chief organizer.
I would have go pong. Ujana Nasu say, Bivino. Chief Binding so Munkaino.
Asempa FM.
Aja same word I mean because how they are higher kwan amania bia we hunu because of bibi nti men kan bebre me chia me nua ba fia kuto chia da pa mpai bom ye kai woni ne kunu na me sire Nyankopon se enam bibi nti awrade mo ama ne kunu
national
organizer of the NDC dom kan no I don't go kubo ndi aja so mfie no te so mti fie me amenu akubo han
on the position na no say akobi
on the position because
deputy national communications officer
me na share position no ko de me amedia na man to ba makubo han atenie nko a yedi diga na say nko an laketu atenie nko anti say yetimi compensate kubo han atenie kubo han be free oba Asempa oba kono na se comment ba ye be 1000 emu be 899 kubo han nko dia ni na atenie nko a edina terms a na na se me kubo han nko asori na papa kai say oh enya hoho ha na yenu akubo han so am say hey I don't know ni be fia e po asoro am say ai kofo bia ba asoro na kofo kubo han say na nyanya me fie de abai ento tim say obi fi Ashanti region especially so obi MPP no fi voter region o say yaman mu ya chem o can't speaking area na so ye MPP ni a only problem bia we NDC ni na so ya kania hey and then anema so 92 ni you know we kania ko dwani NDC sam ni ya of efie fo ko be fro nti ko ko wan kumase me kai 2012 no 2010 2009 no ya call radio so na poma kumase fo jom fo mai e bi kura butifu a jana de ton because ko ya kasa radio so de bofu omu do nya no kwa branch ne titi o mnanse obe ka so no ko ko wan ya so obe ka ni mu ya na yasam ketwa ti san ko fo nyina se edu baby na mo anto ba amfa amo mo na kese mu ni o mo ni yi because ya o ma a party nti ana ebinu wo ha sebe o mani monyam kra na e dia to fam na manfo tietia so party adwuma nya yi o anam nra me kana radio so me hwe se ye si bre before 2012 and 2012 to 2016 nyasam ketwa me support to Rekufado to become president na obi anim de me okro mase te do we bi na hwan kofo bi na mu di watam ke cancel ne yi na anu ada fi say abenti o mu di binti o mu tim ke kan de ompe because o manya appointment o an catch oboy da ye nto bombo no da many adoma ko ba fi ko ye program whatever na na jo sa na kofo ntete na ye point na kofo so mesan ya o fe o si Charles ya o si na ye be ndin wa kuma kura na e ke say few mu na oba me say one time na pon man FM ko bi di sika twamiti ko twamiti afim so na me drive me do me area honye ma to me boss sana oba o she
helmet
na bi o she helmet o she atade black from true of the video bia ade asambe 11:30 12 na na we dey o kwa heni na jo no kwa nam sa sana me na o twem me one time I say me ko fa police for rollers fee ho ɛwɔ agenda no side ho ansa metime nya kwan gura me fie because ya gye be fie aboso me call program no mbetwa me ofie so we kwa aba me adru fie na mu so ya no na aba yi na me sansan machi that is the kind of niema enipa fam amanyosem anti go for ma som party wo kwa bebre so abre se du ba bi na se omo ba mo na ase aba be sre mu tumi a sika ye nanso ya hwe ahofama no obo ha wo ni sika you answer party you won ye bia wo ko trantra nkofo asese sika wo a wasuma bre na no de sika ba na obetua ma nkofo na ye se bi o ya gi sika no na ya ja hard work na den aton che se na menua ayipe kan on se ofiri ho en na niam bia to sin won the constituency and na kire se nye se obia keke ne betima di o but ye wo de ye suma no ye se bani voice suma banyansafo banya na montente and it is time that you know this for baby mo do mo kwakoto abai me menya ndisi ni ye be sese ombehwe de obia ye in fact obia wa yini ho so obe gina me ato aba me bia aya ade na nso mutim to aba mo bia ai den ya so mu choose few of them are believe you mo eduan samedi so on the post obia an contest ntinti am mo ni din ne mo no ma nyina me mo obi din am fa ncha because din edoso na emum mamunim the hard working guys are the womb oma bre o mama nyoku opposition almost about 6 years be and easy those who are in gap and crown esu now we are opposition our sanye party dey emere ni dura
Asempa kai wo mo me da se papa sofo honorable IP
you so okona
we dey sima mienu bi
wo so masra na wanso bi ese mo yoro agu enti meka bi menua ofusu ampofo
yes
esi etini nan enka na no nche se babifo embefa nko meka se yepe district ayensu ano na ye constituency attached to some kraba quota district
okay
intini yepe separate district na me ye MP samene me the office akwani aba no minister for local government then na oboa ya pa ma yensa kan yen separate district inti mon kan no why yesrema especially eastern for me adamonto abanama no na onkoso na yen MP before they say yes we didn't get you say yeah ofusu ampofu 2024 ni amefi asesa fueli airdrop dollar age ran brand inti say tibiara ye be we need 2024 and fa ho ni omo ne be chairman otokuno mekai bra na NPP NDC wo opposition enye current opposition no kufuo tam no
yes
na meniminu ya otokuno onika o inti yakọ Asempa Oman FM
okay
boiling point nso wopanga na adwopa na ma mete taifa o nso awase me besi otokuno wo taifa junction no tipoku asimu ho no ha na mesino na ade asente o se me gina ho me to me fa no kopoku asasa ba sa me so ade asame nti me sina na me gina ho akopem se obenya ka na etemi bia last me kwakosi otokuno no kita aduan a wato so na mo fia no pani me ni di
ona musa
satan ko na me ya MP o me ni di ntie kita no na mabesino wo junction no so na wafaka hwe wo ba power 2009 still no tokuno enamfem eno kasa ma party no satan na Ekosiisen program yi na mo wo pyramid house
yes
na panyino fi wa ansana the late bobie ansa meni otokuno nti ebe ya adanfo bronya bedu aka bronya ba bedu otokuno me wa ha no wadu mixi e wa yensu ya no okota aponche dia bedi bronya nti we guys we be say no otokuno beba wo he's my friend na anya me friend say anything I want to abama no na mu yan hwe abranti osuma odi asum NDC DJ Bonyomi enko
DJ Bonyomi
etu na ya dinga onim so be crack ni jokes ama members no eniaji why deputy general secretary into send the boss you know
for 4 years
one farman wa bro me say me na because no o ya asema me ka friend na bisa no because ne so tipoku asema echi no ba betena tafa junction me na bo atwere nya sam go to write me bi a disagree to agree na wa bre wa ko e wo
the wife who ye kra na ya amanyosem
you
I mean all these parties you I guess what
and na mesra mi a me krom ni Pablo yeah
National Youth Organizer
commander na me tie no mo station ya so na oka na ama no hunu ne adwuma wa ya ma party ni sika oda kwasha party ni
I can't mean your brother.
yes one share one for me person me can be because one bell ni nyina me namfo abruja aheya na yedi en aguri na enso atemi bia atu na edi na me kwa kurupon a Pablo me kwa koto no me koto bruja jam show ho
enso me koto chima me fa kumase bruja jam na me tu no kumase
enti yes yama won monu na ma me minute ba ko na me fa nka sa asemi sa debt exchange no
and don't mean can in 1 minute
yes back up one component be one say unions ni be a start and a pension and I say one who say wo shamra pale you majority leader be ka kire o say yes shamra ni ye jam window atomra no ho sa ho kire be ma ni afa ho apui nti mra na ya ye na de ba be ye adwuma no ye sha de ni ye hu say ye the financial stability fund 15 billion aba enkoba say o say ko pension teacher ni nurse ni doctor civil servant na o say we 15 cedis di kofie na enam sa exchange program abenti na o say we 10 cedis di kofie there be we say become 15 cedis ni say to na edin there's a financial stability fund abang and the stakeholders and the development partners at the 16 billion akogum say sika no say eba say institution bi organization bi group bi enam sa program inti liquidity and as sika ho ya dia ma ye de sa fund be bo ngasen se na be ya enkoba so bi be ko pension na enam sa program inti sika so do ko pension no eso betewo inti yesre wonya abotre obiara no be so change because maritime ko pension no so amiri bi aban the program bia ye friend the debt exchange program buy and into usika o say we the kofi as pensioner no so ya to debi and into the assets are found to take care of those people. For instance, yes, the interest on first 2023 zero into be about pension 2023 no so who says sa group na wo mu no say your union no the usika bi akoto fund sa 2023 no usika na so beto anything near the financial stability fund no aba so na be ya won a wo be ko pension sambre no se eba se so tiwa na ya fusin wo mu na etumi aboa se na be ya enkoba se program we nti wo be kwa kwatena fie no wadi yaw nti yegusu engage education ye ne unions leaders no ehia ekire me ma kire won ya asase nya fe ni ya asase de dada a committee wo ha sa committee ni hwa adwuma na we gusu wo wie ye nti ye be se union funu hia won won te ade na se na be ya ebetumi aboa
me da se honorable
oba madi ohwe na obehunu nti nkofo mo koto oba no omuntu oba madi omuhwe na obehunu
me point open na obehunu
because you see ultimate to oba mo obi oba come office okra won hwe wani he has no respect for you only regard for you kra nti one na wo to oba mo ma president nkofo papa no ni adwum dog 2000 o grant interview bi ya to oba man na oba president na BBC for ne kasaye bizan say dey na opa so ye edikan wona bam I say to secure my government. I will trust him. See, I'm sure also then I train Canada. They are Kenya because the government now is secure. That man, President Kofo, the baby will be a man. I would have
happy birthday.
Uncle Swa and man named the now. And so back on the pledge here.
Experience in long service because no can over experience say no can busy government. And short leave. When secure government na won the background I want to mean nti I met nipa o ma che o ma ye adwuma wo so open na hwe kra na oba cho because me ye committee chairman with me ko share committee na ma prepare report na me for say report is the best wo ko ma che men sa Bonsu o hwe mpe no wa capture we no do we asha nti wo transfer for hwe changes na wa na we say experienced the best.
Don't talk about your motion and
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM Saturday featuring Black Sheriff.